Yes, but the Mexican tamales I brought are way better.
Colombian tamales wrapped in plantain leaves are unmatched, you know.
But the Mexican tamales wrapped in corn husks are the authentic ones.
At least we can agree that they taste better with Pepsi.
Without a doubt, tamales deserve Pepsi. No matter what tamales you love, enter for a chance to win a year's worth of groceries. Powered by Pepsi. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or over. Ends April 5th, 2026. Rules at pepsipromo.com/free groceries. Pepsi is a registered trademark of Pepsi Going.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Ever notice how your floors still look dirty, even after you mop?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Swiffer Power Mop gives you a deeper clean you can actually see.
I'm listening.
Unlike string mops, Swiffer Power Mop absorbs more dirt and locks it away, even in those hard-to-reach spots.
Like behind the toilet?
Exactly. The new micro scrubbers deliver thousands of tiny deep cleaning actions, so your floors look, smell, and feel clean.
Bye-bye, dirty floors. Hello, Swiffer Power Mop.
Try the Swiffer Power Mop. Love it or your money back.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the Drive, baby!
The Drive Guys, Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles. It's drive time with the Drive Guys.
The tank is disturbed and fans are perturbed, and Alan has a new haircut, so I can see that he's ready to roll today. I'm done with it, Alan. I'm done fretting and tossing and turning about, gee, they got to lose these games. Maybe the Kings have decided, look, the league is right. They don't want us to tank, so they flatten the odds. There's really no benefit to it. Let the other teams bend over backwards to tank. We're above it, and what difference does it make odds-wise? Why not, Alan? I just don't know where else to go after last night watching the Kings cook a bad team that was clearly trying to lose.
You know, Whitey, you mentioned that you were listening to a Beatles station earlier today.
I heard a little, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got something for you. Let it be. Let it be.
Mm-hmm.
Let it be.
Yeah, let it be.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you talk about the Ides of March. I told everyone, Whitey, beware the Ides of March, and we are in the thick of it. We are here. Did I think that DeMar DeRozan would play that many minutes yesterday and drop 41 points? No, I did not. But at this point, you just have to let the Kings just do exactly what it is that they want to do. And, you know, going back to the conversation that we have had about, the secret tanking, and maybe they were, maybe they had ulterior motives, and we've gone back and forth on it. I just don't think they did. You know, they brought in Russell Westbrook. They brought in Dennis Schroeder. They were trying to win games. They bring in DeAndre Hunter. They trade Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder. They did not get a young Jarris Walker or somebody wet behind the ears. They have not been trying. They're just making it clear to everyone, we never tried to tank. We just stunk. And now that we're playing easier teams, we don't stink as bad. And sometimes it's addition by subtraction. We make more sense without having Zach LaVine. We make more sense with some of these roster and rotation changes that we've made. And last but not least, and most importantly, they're playing very bad teams, and they have a very easy schedule. And they're not gonna fight I guess, what their reality is at this point.
I've never believed that they were not trying to tank. But to your point, I'll meet you maybe about halfway on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And, when they start shutting people down with legitimate injuries, I know. To me, that tells me, all right, this is about seeing where we can end up, how we can end up in the best lottery spot. But are they tanking or not? From a 100% chance at a top 5 pick about a week ago to, I believe right now, it's a 55.4% chance at a top 5 pick. Those odds are not good, but maybe the Kings look at it and say, you know what? Wherever we are here, we're not going to end up 7th or anything, at least in where we finish. We'll see where the lottery spits us out. We like that many players. We like more than that many players. So we're not going to embarrass the franchise. Just imagine the lengths they would have had to go to last night to lose that game.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm guessing now.
But
it's hard for me. I'm not saying, yes, it's great. I'm struggling with it, Alan, to try to figure it out.
But to your point, you should put yourself in a position to at least be on the same playing field as the other team. I don't know all the ins and outs of these two ways, but no Patrick Baldwin Jr. again.
Yeah.
Last night.
Right.
And what else were we going to do? We only had 8 available players. DeMar has to play, and he has to shoot this much. I just don't think he does. To your point, they are prioritizing not looking bad anymore. They want people to feel good. They, the over-under, I don't know what they paid for the sponsorship on the Beam, but they probably haven't gotten that money's worth because the Beam ain't been going. So they are prioritizing winning basketball games. DeMar coming off a a back-to-back. Mm-hmm. There would not have been any fine conversation. You so eloquently put that last week, or a couple times you've mentioned that. There's no fear of a fine. There's nothing like that. I get it. Nick Clifford got into foul trouble. He fouled out. He had 5 fouls in the third quarter. He ends up fouling out of the game. So, maybe that affected DeMar's playing time, but it didn't. It didn't. They did not want to lose that game. And to your point, I understand what you're saying. And hey, it would have been tough to lose to the Jazz, but you're also not trying. You're clearly not trying to lose to the Jazz. Deferring DeMar is gone. How about that? It's almost as if, and we were just talking about to our guy Matt George, it's almost as if, I don't know, Whitey, ever since this whole spat with the media, now all of a sudden there's no more deferring DeMar. Now DeMar's going for 39. He's going for 40. He don't give a you-know-what, and that organization is rallying around that. And you know what? I'm over it. I am over fighting, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. If they want to let the chips fall where they may, cool. I would have liked to see this the first 2-3 months of the season, but we're here now. Because think about this, Whitey. Have you taken a look? Everyone's bringing up, someone said, the only games I see them winning after this is the Nets game. Them boys just beat the Clippers. Nobody saw that coming. And I know you just came back from the Bay. How about this, Whitey? Have you seen what the Warriors are putting?
I tried watching them last night. I had a hard time getting through it,
Have you
Alan.
seen what they're putting on the court?
Had a hard time getting
They got
through
2 games against the Warriors to end the season. Have you seen what they're putting on the court?
Yes, I have.
So,
I'm a Guy Santos guy.
I know you are. He's getting plenty of time.
He actually made a beautiful up and under last night.
He's getting
I was like,
plenty of time.
Okay, that's the Warriors?
So this thing, the tank is done.
Warriors have lost 5 straight. Memphis has lost 7 straight. Washington's lost 11 straight. Indiana's lost 13 straight. The Jazz have lost 3 straight.
Yeah.
Indiana right now has 15 wins. The Kings are at 18. I don't think there's any way you get back into that bottom spot or worst place.
Done. It's
I don't
done.
think you get back there.
It's done.
Washington has 16 wins. They might not win another game. They're going to be tough to catch. So right now you're tied in terms of winning games back. You're tied with Brooklyn. I do think right now it looks like 3rd is the best you could end up in if you're the Kings.
Yeah,
realistically.
They feel as if what they're doing and winning these games or trying every game, right, putting their best foot forward is more important than lottery odds. And that is their prerogative. They can feel like that. I do think, what's funny though? Going back to the conversations about Levine and Sabonis and the idea of, we don't know this, we're not speaking on their health, but hey, if they were in a playoff race, maybe they wait till the end of the season.
That's tough to say because it sounds like you're criticizing them, but it's just being realistic.
Well, it's just realistic.
I'm with you. Yeah.
But I think that's been the whole thing with this. I don't believe that the Kings actually know what their direction is, because if that was the case and every game matters, right? And maybe maybe Domantas Sabonis really needed to get the surgery. I don't know. But it just feels like they're just confusing. On one hand, they want to do one thing. Okay, cool. We have, shut down Zach LaVine and shut down Domantas Sabonis. And Keegan, we're going to keep, Keegan's going to take a little bit longer to come back. Okay, cool. It seems like you're telling us that you want to stay in this tank world. No, but now we're going to play DeMar 40 minutes again and Russ. And everything there's a storyline to everything. Whitey, we can make up a Russell Westbrook storyline for every game that we have, and it's an excuse to let him cook. Right now there's going to be, Whitey, tomorrow night, De'Aaron's coming back. We got to play. Now, I don't know that they'll win anyway, but we got to play them 40 minutes because it's a revenge game. Then the game after that. Well, Russ had a cheesesteak in Philly one day, and now they got the Sixers, and he didn't like that cheesesteak. We could think of random stuff. And don't get me started. Like I said, those games against the Warriors to end the season, we know it's the battle of 80. I'm not saying they're making up reasons. It's fine. And there's one more against the Clippers, by the way. Yeah. Another one against the Clippers. So that's 40 minutes right there. That's what they want to do. Cool. I am done even looking at the schedule because they want to put their best foot forward. But do not sit there and tell me or fans what to appreciate.
Well,
I don't
Alan,
like that.
Yeah, it is possible that the Kings do know what they're doing. And A, we don't know for sure what it is. B, we may not agree with it. Mm-hmm. But I do think it seems like they're kind of in two camps. First of all, when Coach Christie says what he said last night, a coach has to say that.
Yes.
He believes it with every fiber of his being. I know Matt George has made this point, and you probably know this, but just to clarify, tanking does not, the players don't go out there and tank. So any player is going to say, or coach, and we're trying to win. That's what they're supposed to do.
Yes.
But it is curious where they are with how they finish. When we found out they signed Killian Hayes, I thought, okay, I wonder if that means he's going to play more because someone else is getting shut down. I don't know. We'll keep our eyes on that. Tony Jones, who's been on the show, excellent writer for The Athletic. I don't know if you saw what he posted yesterday.
Yep, I saw because you quote tweeted.
Yeah, and he was just, hey, I wonder. And, he doesn't just throw stuff out there. He said, I wonder if DeMar and Russ had big nights for the Kings because that's their way of thanking them, and then they're not going to play anymore. But then, so Russ didn't play last night, but then DeMar, monster game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what confused me because when I saw that and some of the things that the rumors that had been floating around, we thought, he might be onto something, or he heard the same kind of birdie rumor that we heard. But then DeMar not only plays in the back-to-back, but goes off for 41.
Yeah.
So, it's not about whether they don't know. I just feel as if they were headed towards a certain direction. Like, remind me of this, Whitey. So they shut down Domantas Sabonis, he gets surgery. They shut down Zach LaVine, he gets surgery.
And those are legitimate injuries.
No, they are.
No one is questioning
I'm not
that.
saying they are.
Of
I'm not
course.
saying they are.
Yeah, I know.
Then, after that, that's when, around that time, and we talked about this last week, about a month ago, Russ was getting pulled out in the fourth a lot. DeMar was getting pulled out in the fourth a lot. I know last night they didn't have a lot of guys, but Isaiah Stevens is on a two-way. I know they have enough guards, but you could have used Isaiah Stevens if he were able to be available there. Patrick Baldwin Jr. as well. So to me, they kind of told everybody where they were headed, and then decided.
Seemed like they kind of changed course,
and then decided actually,
like
and I don't know. Maybe they got a call. I don't know because they never got fined. So felt like we were all on the same page. Okay, let's just get through these last 20 games. Then all of a sudden, it just does line up with the Russell Westbrook media thing. All of a sudden, no, we're going to stand on business. Mm-hmm. Okay.
As ridiculous as that would be, I don't know. And you know how it is. Athletes, they find motivation where they find it. Some of it is just made up, but they find motivation where they find it. I do think that, it's kind of a bad look for everybody when the league finds teams for tanking. Mm-hmm. I'm not, wishing for them to do that. We talked about that when the Jazz got fined and the Pacers got fined. We talked about how, it's really a bad look for everybody. But if that's what the league is going to do, and they've done it once, don't you have to find the Jazz for the way they are playing it right now?
I would.
I mean, last night they had Filipowski did not play, rest. Or he actually did not dress. And Kevin Love didn't play. Mihaliuk didn't play. They had guys that they just didn't play him.
Right.
And the guys that were playing at times, they were awful.
Yeah, I thought for sure Filipowski was going to play. And we're talking about a guy who didn't he go in the beginning? Wasn't he basically Maxime Reynaud in that draft, right? Like early second or very, very late first. So we're not even talking about lottery guys here. Ace Bailey, I mean, Whitey, there are guys that are, you're on your Schmal and Miles here. They were on the apps and just went away. They just didn't play. So I think they're for sure going to get fined, but that's what we were talking about with the Kings. Hey, we don't, we're not going to put ourselves in that situation. And again, I was the one to bring up this basketball karma thing, okay? And the Kings have found their line. Now, to me, I think what's confusing is that they've changed their line. We all thought, okay, our line as it pertains to ethically tanking or whatever you want to call it is, hey, Russ and DeMar are going to cook in the first half, and, Monk, whoever. And then in the second half, we'll see where we're at in the third. We're going to pick our spots. Hey, it's a L.A. homecoming game. Cool. Hey, it's a revenge game. Cool. We're going to pick our spots. And on random nights against the Jazz, like last night, we're going to let the young dudes do what they got to do. It feels like they changed their moral line.
Maybe.
I think that's what I don't know if struggling is the right word, but that's the shift I'm seeing.
On the text line here, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. From the 530, it's real simple. I'm not sure why you guys are struggling to comprehend the fact that the Kings are playing with integrity and are playing their best players. I'm happy to know you guys won't push for them to tank because that's a loser move.
Yeah.
Me personally, I'm struggling with which is better. And I'm also struggling with, as you said, Alan, what are they trying to do? Because as much as you say, sir or madam, and point out that, they're winning, they're playing with integrity, and a lot of fans are getting behind that, it seems like to some degree over the last few weeks, they've kind of had it both ways.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to figure out, all right, are they now? They're trying to win games? I'm just not sure.
Well, I think my thought process is they had their system. They just stopped going to that system. The system was there are going to be certain games, specifically home games, I would say, certain games where we let the dogs eat. There are going to be other games where the dogs are going to eat in the first half, a little bit in the third, and then the young guys are just going to do what they have to do. So that it doesn't have to be black and white. It doesn't have to be we're going to shut down DeMar every game or DeMar plays 40 minutes and scores 41 points. That's what I'm struggling with. They were in the middle ground. They left the middle ground. Yeah. And why they left the middle ground, I don't know. I have some thoughts, right?
What about this theory that maybe they look at the draft, as I said earlier, and they say, look, if we're in the top 8, we're good.
That's ridiculous.
As long as we have a reasonable shot at 1, okay, you only get a 14% shot at the first pick if you're 1, 2, 3. So if we end up sliding, if we hold our heads high and we play well, continue to build our culture, and we end up with a good pick, we're good with that.
Yeah.
Well, what if that's the approach?
Well, the other thing too,
would that make sense?
Yeah. Well, Cam Salerno of CBS Sports, I brought up the trade down for what on Saturday. He said, and college basketball guy, he says that there, to your point, is, and I've said to your point way too many times just for the opening segment. You ain't getting no more, Whitey.
Oh,
you ain't you ain't getting no more.
Keep it coming.
He said that there is a tier change after the 8th pick.
Yeah.
That's what he said, right? Now, to me, there are a couple tier changes, right? And maybe he's saying the most obvious tier change is between the 8th pick and the 9th pick. So if that's where they're at, cool. I can appreciate that that's their thought process. I think it's a little bit ridiculous, but it's not, I'm not the one in charge. And I think it all comes back to this. Maybe, just maybe, they see the writing on the wall with these contracts that they can't move, and their thought process is, well, we want to build some type of chemistry going into next season because we are going to have a lot of these guys back. We're going to get Keegan back. We're going to get DeAndre Hunter. We're going to get DeMontis Sabonis. We're going to get Zach LaVine, and then we're going to add in a top 10 pick, and we're going to rock and roll. And the reality is the Kings were never supposed to be in this situation, and they're behaving as if they weren't supposed to be in this situation.
By the way, what do you think of this? I got a message from the great Jerry Reynolds today. Jay, what do you think of this? This is from Jerry Reynolds. Your top 3, Boozer, DeBansa, Acuff.
See?
What do you think? Boozer, DeBansa, Acuff.
This was always going to happen. The way Acuff plays, he was always going to be that fast riser. And I don't know. He could be the next Iverson, or he could get a GM canned. I really don't know. When I watch him, that's what I think.
Is that true of everybody, though?
Yeah, but it's...
not everybody can be the next Iverson.
Boozer's not getting anyone canned. I just don't think that. Peterson could. I think Darren Peterson could. I don't think A.J. DeBance is getting anybody canned.
And Houston annihilated Kansas.
Yeah.
Was that Friday?
Yeah.
Whatever that was? Houston annihilated Kansas.
Yeah, I don't know.
A big Kingston Flemings guy now?
I have been defending him just based on the Houston system. I have been defending him. But Darius Acuff, there was a real bad clip. Did you see that bad clip of him on defense where he just didn't move at all? And he feels like every time I'm watching him.
That was AI.
Remember when I used to say I've never seen Kingston Flemings make a mid-range jump shot? I don't know that I've ever seen Darius Acuff make a free throw or make 2 out of 2. He misses a good amount of. You can't be 6'3" missing free throws, Darius. I'm serious this time.
Let me just see what we got.
Yeah, where are we at now? With the 9th pick. Wait, now we can get LeBaron. Maybe this all works out.
Bro, he's shooting 80% from the field.
Well, I got bad luck then. I told you I've never seen. I told you certain people. I've never seen Serena Williams win. I've never seen Kingston Flemings make a midi. I've never seen Darius Acuff make a free throw.
He makes a lot of them.
Well,
apparently.
2 out of 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. How did you feel? I know we talked about it a little bit in crosstalk, but yeah, the Maxime thing, it rubbed me the wrong way. And just the idea of this versus between certain fans that are upset about the winning and now Kings fans or Kings in general, not the Kings because this happens with all teams, but Kings wanting to stick it to the fans by respecting the game. I don't know. It makes me uncomfortable.
It is interesting the chemistry they've built and how it seems like the younger players are leaping to the defense of the veterans who were attacked by someone or something.
I don't know.
Again, teams find motivation where they're going to find it. So I do have a little bit of resentment towards, but I understand where Maxime's coming from. But hey, you just got here. You have no idea what these fans have been through.
Yeah.
But I get it. I understand what you're saying because you do play. I do think it's a really interesting dynamic as far as how so many fans now, from what I'm hearing, are like, yes, this is the way they should be doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And, win games. Scott made that point last week, and it sounds like there's a lot of people with Scott. And the view that they're better off not winning these games, and in the long run, it's not going to matter. That seems like an increasingly unpopular view around these parts, Alan.
Yeah.
And I find that freaking fascinating.
Well, fans are fans, right? And
I can't argue with that.
Fans are always going to ride with.
Is that true, Jay? Are fans fans?
Yes, probably the easiest thing he said all show.
Fans are always going to ride with the team. When the team was pulling out the vets, yeah, it's the right thing. It's just smart. Now that the team is all about winning, most fans, it's good that we win. It's always good. So I'm not going to blame, fans for that. Our job is to kind of analyze things a little bit deeper. And, look, I've never said that the Kings should tank. I've never said anything like that. If
I didn't say it, I sure thought it.
Honestly. But from the moment this thing went completely sideways, I never thought it made sense for DeMar DeRozan and Russell Westbrook to be playing 40 minutes. Now, initially, that was because of development. Once we knew, hey, this thing is going sideways, let's see what Devin Carter. Remember when they were getting blitzed by 30, 40 points and Devin Carter was getting DNPs? That was a problem for me. Keon Ellis, they ended up trading him. Keon getting DNPs. That was a problem for me. So it kind of shifted from that to then the conversation being about tanking and losing games. There have been games where the vets have played and they've lost. There have been games where the vets haven't played and they've won. So the whole thing is a bit murky. Squirrely, at this point in time. But, the reality is they want us, just the Kings community as a whole, to just to ride with them and, get on whatever train this is. And you know what? If they believe this is going to build momentum into next season, okay, that's their prerogative. I'm not in that locker room, as they'll so quickly tell you. So it is what it is.
And if they end up with a top 3 pick,
doesn't
matter.
Right. And I guess that's the other part of it. With the Raiders, it was more ridiculous because it is right in front of you.
Yeah.
At least with the Kings, hey, unless the number 2 lottery odds, right, where the Kings probably should have been based on if they had continued to do what they were doing about a month ago, if the number 2 lottery odds slot gets the number 1 pick, then I think you might see fans say, well, that was kind of stupid. But as long as it's not the number 2 slot, then I think a lot of people, or even, I think number 1 or number 2, but I think the Pacers, they're really dedicated to it. So I think 1 or 2, maybe some Kings fans would say, man, all right, that was maybe not the most prudent thing to do. But outside of that, if the Kings sit at 3, the 4th odds get number 1, anyone like that, they will feel vindicated. See, this is why we won games, because we weren't going to get, it didn't matter, 1 or 2 didn't get it anyway.
You know that the commissioner of the NBA, Adam Silver, came out and told all the teams, you shouldn't be tanking. This is terrible. Awful. We're going to remove incentives to tank, and we're going to fine you. We're going to fine you. The Kings are going, okay, we'll try to win. So what are they going to get for that, Alan? I'm not saying they should fix the lottery.
Right.
They wouldn't do that for Sacramento.
Ask the basketball gods.
They got to get something for that, don't they? All right, Mr. Commissioner, you're right.
Yeah.
We'll play along. What's in it for us?
You know, what is it with Sacramento always doing stuff good for the league? And we don't know if any of it's going to pay off. Hey, come play in Sacramento for free. Maybe it'll get us an expansion team. We don't know. Hey, we're going to win and do this the right way. Maybe it'll get them a top pick. We don't know. But you were just being real nice to people. You know what they say about nice guys, Whitey? They don't finish first. Maybe this time they will.
Maybe before the draft, the commissioner's going to bring the hammer down on these teams that were blatantly tanking when I warned you. You lose your draft pick, Sacramento, you have the first pick.
That's how everyone would see it. Hey, we did the right thing.
Yeah.
I told you, I'm going to have some fun. And Jay, I can't wait to tell you this story. Have some fun this weekend, right? But again, not me, Schmallen, the roulette guy. You know, when you're winning, oh, here you go to the dealer. Here you go. You're being so nice. Then the you-know-what hole comes in, not tipping anyone, not talking to anyone. He gets the big hit, and he doesn't tip anyone, and he leaves. There's no roulette gods. Maybe they're basketball gods.
By the way, 2 things. You mentioned Sacramento and expansion. Martha Guerrero is the mayor of West Sacramento. She's going to be on our show today at 3 o'clock, so we'll talk to her about that. Tomorrow? Oh, I thought it was today. Okay, she's going to be on our show tomorrow.
Today's Monday, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's Tuesday.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Once you get the days of the week straightened out, like me, you'll be fine. So that's coming up tomorrow at 3 o'clock. The other thing is, Jay, congratulations, because you and I, we've proved it again, basketball geniuses. Because before that draft a couple years ago, we said Cody Williams is a guy, right?
Yes,
Remember
sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
Cody Williams last night, 12 of 20, 3 of 7 beyond the arc, 7 of 8 free throws, 7 assists, 7 rebounds, 34 points,
Just
Jay.
needs his time.
Yeah.
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 Success isn't linear. Because he looked...
That's right.
he looked bad.
Neither is my calendar, apparently.
Yep.
But that's okay.
I got you.
Yeah. All right. So when we come back, why some say March is losing its madness and how you can take advantage of that when you fill out your stinking brackets. Next, Sactown Sports.
Download the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento sports in your pocket. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold at the spot price. At today's prices, those 33 ounces would be worth over $150,000. Smart Americans diversify a portion of their savings into precious metals. That's why I buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's a crucial part of my balanced strategy. Gives me peace of mind given all the events that could impact the U.S. economy. See if holding gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account is right for you, too. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Just text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 to receive your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just useful information. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, let Birch Gold help you diversify with gold. Now that's peace of mind. Text Dan to 989898. Again, text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 today. Message and data rates apply.
Hagen Oaks knows you can buy a driver off the shelf anywhere, but Hagen Oaks is the only place where you'll find total game fitting. The Hagen Oaks TrackMan-powered player performance studio fits clubs to your swing. Ping's Ballnamic Ball Fitter finds your optimum golf ball. The putter fitting studio makes you a better putter, and FootJoy's 3D foot scanner finds your correct fit. In fact, Hagen Oaks will fit you from head to toe with equipment and apparel to make you the player you want to be. It's total game fitting, and it's only at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway.
You ever notice how the other guys scream about massive discounts on their Dodge, Chrysler, or Jeep Ram vehicles? Then you get to the fine print and boom, another $5,200 in mandatory ads. At Hoblet, we don't insult your intelligence. The price you see is the price you pay. No mystery add-ons, no bait and switch, no gotcha when you sit down to buy. Hoblet, family owned for 77 years. Transparency, straightforward pricing. Buy it right, buy it at Hoblet.
Upgrade your parking spot during Sky River Casino's $1 million Park Your New Ride giveaway for a chance to win a brand new Audi Q7. Grab a free daily entry at our promo kiosk, and with 100 bonus entries every Monday, your luck could turn to luxury. Winners drawn every Saturday in March and April, with 2 guaranteed Audi Q7 winners during our grand finale drawings. Visit skyriver.com for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or over.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing, mechanical bulls, and food trucks. Make it a lucky night out of live country music and dancing for your crew. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Residents in Cal Expo and Gornick Academy. More info at CITBfest.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Yeah, here's a little so much more for you before we get to the phones. The 49ers have brought in another wide receiver. Christian Kirk is a San Francisco 49er coming off a crackerjack of a year with the Texans in which he caught 28 passes, one for a touchdown.
I think he was hurt just like every other Texans receiver. I think he was hurt. How many games did he play?
13 games, only started 3.
Okay. I feel like he was hurt for a good bit of that season, even if he got through 8 or 13 games, because they needed the wide receiver help out there in Houston. That they can't keep any wide receivers healthy. So yeah, I don't know.
He has struggled to stay on the field in recent seasons.
You know what? Is he just now the new? And I don't know if you can say I don't know if Kendrick Bourne is good enough to have a new version of him, but. Is he the new Kendrick Bourne?
The 2026 Kendrick Bourne is here.
Just for those
Christian
4 weeks?
Kirk. Yeah, just year by year, his receptions, going back to 2018 as a rookie, 43, 68, 48, 77, 84, 57, 27, 28.
Yeah, that's not going to work. Mm-hmm. But, they're not going to need him to do a ton. Obviously, they're just adding guys in now. Because of their injury concerns. You got
depth
Ricky.
For a position that was just, at times last year, was scary thin.
Right. And Christian Kirk, weirdly enough, like towards the end of the season, because of Texans wide receiver injuries, he actually made some plays for them. So he's going to give you, it's not obviously anything like Mike Evans, but he can give you about I would say 4 or 5 solid games. If he gives you 4 or 5 solid games, that's worth the $6 million.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. It's time for an early edition on this Monday for Check It
Mike
with
check.
TC on Sactown Sports. Hey, TC, what's going on?
Yes, sir. Hey, what's up with my guys? Alan, Whitey, what's up? Hey, before we get started, Alan, that haircut is sharp, bro.
Thank you, TC. Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, had to do it to him.
I like the taper. Yeah, I like the taper. I like the beard connection, bro. Hey, listen, check it out. So listen, my question I asked Matt and Kayla earlier, Kings fans, like, we gotta. Everybody's gonna fan how they gonna fan, but it's starting to get irritating a little bit to me as far as the whole like complaining about the draft lottery odds and where we gonna fall. If you've been watching the ball this year, right, it's studs all over that first round pick. The first round selection. It's not just the top 5 guys. It's guys all the way maybe top 15 if you really want to get into players, right? You just got to find your guy. If the Kings fall to 7, you still got to pick a stud right there. That's just where the Kings fall. I'm going to ask a question. Would everybody be more, which one would you be more mad at? A, the Kings lose all these games and we lose out, and when the lottery ball comes, right, and we all know we're the Sacramento Kings. It don't make sense, but it's real. When we get up there, they're not going to look at the Kings and say, oh, hey, it's the Kings. We're going to give you the first round pick. We're not Dallas, right? We're not going to get Trey Luka away and they say, you know what, you're a competent team, Dallas. We're going to bless you guys. No, we're the Kings. They're going to give us the number 9 pick. So would you guys be mad if we drop from all the way down to 9 and we don't have anybody on the roster developed and Doug can't coach? Or would you guys be mad at this situation? We win a game or 2 here or there. Our younger generation are developing these last 10 games, and Doug gets a grasp over the young cats in this team. And we move into next year with that, with whatever draft lottery we fall. If that makes sense. You get me? I'd rather be on that side of the boat than lose all these games, nobody's developed, and then we get the draft lottery, and they say, it's the Kings. You guys got the number 9 pick. That's all I got, man.
All right, thank you, TC.
Think about it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Sounds like maybe Scott Perry is feeding him his info. Here's what I want you to say,
Sources.
TC, because it seems like it may be reflecting what the organization is thinking right now.
It always comes back to the hybrid rebuild.
Yeah, but I am going to say this. I know everyone knows it. TC, I'm coming around your way of thinking. But obviously, if you had the worst record in the league, no matter what the league wanted to do to you, you'd pick no worse than 5th. Right. But I get it. You finish, even right now, they're 4th. If you finish 4th, the worst you can do is 8th, and there's a very slim chance you're picking 8th. So if the Kings look at it and go, they look at it and say, 1 through 8, 1 through 9, we're solid. We love all these guys. We like a couple guys a little more at the top. Then maybe that is where they are, Alan. And you've got your veterans and your team riled up, rallying around Russ because of the terrible, terrible things that have been said about him and implied about him in the local media.
Yeah.
So you're building your culture, and you're going to end up with a pick that could land you an excellent player.
Well, I think the reality is, maybe they think all 8 are going to be game changers, but I think the reality is they must not feel as if the top 5, that there's enough guys or enough of a chance within the top 5 that they're willing to do whatever it takes. And that's been my question once you get past, honestly, number 3.
Yeah.
And I really like Caleb Wilson, but, unfortunately, his season was cut short. So I think, if anything, Whitey, it kind of has shown us, hey, we're not valuing staying in the top 5 as much as maybe somebody thinks we should. We think that anywhere from, and this is what we've heard as well, anywhere from if you don't get the number 1 pick, or how you view Cam Boozer, if you don't get a top 3 pick, 4 to 8 is whatever your flavor is. And maybe that's just how they feel.
Mm-hmm. And I know you've been talking for months about how the Kings schedule gets really light here. Mm-hmm. We're kind of in that period now. And we were saying before the deadline that if the Kings were not able to move off of some of their veterans, that makes losing some of these games down the stretch very problematic.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually insane when you think about who is already not playing for them. Like, this team was never going to be able to tank. Not like some of these other teams out there. You got 4 dudes. Wait, I didn't even count Malik Monk, right? Who's been out. You have 5 of your 9-man rotation on the bench, and you still have too many vets to tank properly.
I wonder if that's part of it. They thought, yeah, that's good. We're in good shape here. But then you look at some of the teams that you're playing and go, oh, my goodness. There's no way we can stoop to that level without disrespecting everything this franchise has ever stood for.
Right. So instead of having a tank off with the Jazz last night, they decide to let DeMar do his thing, go for 40 against, some guys that may or may not be in the league next season, and we're just supposed to clap and applaud.
Mm-hmm. Indiana, Washington. I haven't seen much of Brooklyn. Obviously, they're playing terribly. And Utah, the teams that the Kings are competing with were competing with for the best odds, the Kings can't compete with those teams. And it looks like right now they don't want to.
Can I ask you a question? And I don't want to put you in a tough spot, but I do want to ask you this.
Yeah.
Last night, right, because I was getting on what Maxime Reynaud said, but
I thought I was going to see some tanking last night. The only tanking I saw was Chalamet for Best Actor.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, Marty Supreme. Last night, DeMar goes off for 41. You have Maxime telling everybody, hey, you need to appreciate this. Whitey, did you appreciate it? Or not take it for granted, as Maxime said?
Yeah, because, and I agree with what Coach Christie said, I mean, it is kind of hard to figure out, well, wait, how are they benefiting from this and all that? But second out of a back-to-back, a guy at that age to come out and do what he needs to do to be prepared to do that, even though it was against lesser competition, that's impressive.
Okay.
Big picture, is it worth it and all that for your franchise?
Yeah.
I don't know.
As long as...
But that's what a basketball player is supposed to do, play basketball.
No, it's not on... Like I said, DeMar's not playing himself.
I didn't need anybody to tell me I should appreciate it.
Right. DeMar's not playing himself. You know what I mean?
You're right.
It is what it is. I'm just curious how it, are people viewing this and, appreciating it? It's hard for me. The Clippers game is completely different.
I was, yeah. I was trying to look at it and figure, all right, if I really did want to lose that game last night, which apparently the Kings were not that interested in, what would you do? And this is before the game even started. I was thinking, well, you could sit DeMar, but DeMar apparently doesn't want to sit. As you said, okay, you only have 8 guys, but Patrick Baldwin Jr., you get him some major minutes because he's a young player.
Yeah.
And again, that's how you would have to approach that. I mean, you could argue that if DeMar didn't score 41, maybe you don't win that game. But it's, again, crystal clear. The Kings are not interested in playing that particular game of tank right now.
I think it was almost a statement game.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the stuff we're talking about, the Kings probably could have won that game anyway because of who the Jazz rolled out. But the fact that they didn't even attempt it was almost a shot to the bow of all of the pro-tanking Kings fans and pro-tanking analysts, if you will. They were telling, because, again, DeMar did not have to play, and he definitely didn't have to play 39 minutes or whatever the heck he played. So I think the Kings were saying the Nick Saban thing. Don't ask me about it because I ain't going to say anything, right? Don't ask. It's over. And I would say I haven't been able to be in the media rooms as much this season with the youngest one, but I think he's, they're saying let's just not talk about tanking anymore.
You got to take her in there. Players do it. Why can't the media do that?
I think I should.
The players have, especially during the playoffs.
Right.
And someone's, all right, you got a question. Hold on. It's my daughter.
Yeah. Hey,
the players do. Why can't the media?
Hey, you were 0 for 14 from the field. Hold on. Look, goo goo gaga.
Yeah. Why can't the media?
Yeah.
We're back with more on that and also the World Baseball Classic, which is great as long as you don't look too closely. Get back to the phones as well, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. It's Monday with the Drive Guy, Sactown Sports.
Think you got the perfect bracket? Prove it. Enter the Sactown Sports 1140 Basketball Mayhem Bracket Challenge for a shot at $1 million. It's free and open to fans nationwide, so lock in your picks now at sacktownsports.com/contest. Powered by Power Business Technology.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
The spring sale is in bloom at Scandinavian Designs. For a limited time, enjoy huge savings on select modern furniture and decor, including pieces for your living room, bedroom, dining room, and beyond. This is your chance to refresh a favorite space or dream up an entirely new look. Stop by one of our local showrooms or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com. Scandinavian Designs. We make it simple. You make it home.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Have you tried my Colombian tamales?
Yes, but the Mexican tamales I brought are way better.
Colombian tamales wrapped in plantain leaves are unmatched, you know.
But the Mexican tamales wrapped in corn husks are the authentic ones.
At least we can agree that they taste better with Pepsi.
Without a doubt, tamales deserve Pepsi. No matter what tamales you love, enter for a chance to win a year's worth of groceries. Powered by Pepsi. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or over. Ends April 5th, 2026. Rules at pepsipromo.com/free groceries. Pepsi is a registered trademark of PepsiCo Inc.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sepp Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sepp Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sepp's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento! Now you've got a place for all things dance.
The all-new Energy 100.5 HD2.
Where dance music lives. Dance vibes anytime and any place when you get the free Now 100.5 app.
Or listen at 100.5 HD2.
Jackson Hewitt will do your taxes for $149 or less, no matter how complicated. So if you're a delivery driver, / handyman, / wedding DJ, you pay only $149 or less. We're talking to you, waitress.
Check, please.
/ pet sitter, / influencer. Just $149 or less. Want your refund to work as hard as you? Hurry. Don't wait. File with Jackson Hewitt today. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
Needed you this weekend, Alan. We went down to the Bay Area, came back, and then, you get going down there. You get over the Bay Bridge, the ballpark's to your left, and they have all these billboards for all this tech stuff in San Francisco. And, a lot of them are like, AI, this will help you determine which is fake and which isn't. I see that. It's like, I don't know how to do that, but I understand that. But there's billboards for stuff. I don't even know what they're talking about.
I mean,
There's terms. It's like, I see that billboard. I don't know. I know it has something to do with business technology. Right. I don't know what it says.
It's a new world, especially when you drive down there. You get out in the Bay Area, man, I'm sure. And like I said, when I left and came here, AI was just getting warmed up. That was like 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's essentially a part of the workforce. If you are in the tech world or whatever, it's literally a different language.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So don't feel bad that you couldn't understand the language, because
I had no idea.
Might as well
My wife and I looked at,
Portuguese.
what is that a billboard for? I don't have the slightest idea. Probably some tech thing.
Yeah.
Where's Alan?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I might have been able to help you. I maybe couldn't have helped you.
By the way, there is an article in Fortune magazine about AI. I think they posted it 2 days ago. It's written by Vivek Ranadive.
I saw that.
Did you?
I did not read the article yet, but I saw that he posted it, and at first I didn't know if that was a meme or not, but it's real.
It's like 3D AI versus 2D AI, and how he says we're barking up the wrong tree.
Oh, now I got something I got to check out.
Okay. Let me know if you can make sense of that.
I will.
I'm sure it makes sense.
Yes.
A little over my head.
I will decipher it for you.
Yeah. Wait till your daughters, well, you're pretty smart, but wait till your daughters go to high school.
Yeah.
Maybe junior high, they start bringing home homework, and you're like, I can't.
Nah, I'm good.
I can't help you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You better throw that in AI.
Trey joining us here on Sactown Sports, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. How are you, Trey? What's up?
What's up, Whitey? Drive guys, my guys. What's up, Alan, Jay? What's happening?
What can we do for you today?
Hey, so look, about the tanking or whatever, what we supposed to be doing. Look, Doug is a coach. He get paid to coach. His job gonna get retained on the wins. Perry, GM, he got to get talent in the building, but it's also the team's success. So it'd be a little disingenuous for the management to kind of come down and want Doug to lose. So I think that's probably part of it. Although I do agree with you guys with playing DeMar heavy minutes, right? So it kind of looks a little weird with him playing the heavy minutes, but I don't know. The bigger hand could have came down and said something about that. So that's where I'm at with that. And then on top of that, too, like even when DeMar was playing, if you go back the last couple of years, we still was losing.
Yeah.
So maybe management is like, well, we just going to let the chips fall where they may and let him play because we've been losing anyway. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as the draft, though, I just want to know you guys' thoughts on, I feel like it's a lot of pressure that's coming if we land the first pick, and I kind of don't want it. Because if we pick the wrong guy, like it's just so much pressure. You might pick the wrong guy, and then we get all this bad media coverage. The Kings can't do this, they can't do that. Or I feel like the Kings management might pick somebody that we ain't even thought of, like a seventh pick. So I'm kind of scared of that. But Caleb Wilson is my guy. And so I kind of wish we would land in the 3 or 4, but I just want your opinion on, like, what do you think about that? Like, is that what do you want the first, or, am I just tripping about being nervous about getting the first, man? That's what I got, man. I'm a die king. I'm out.
Thank you, Trey. That's the Jay theory. Jay's the first one that I know of that said weeks ago he would rather the Kings not pick first for that very reason, right, Jay?
Pretty much. For everything that Trey said.
Mm-hmm.
1,000%.
Yeah.
Put me in 3. 3 is the perfect spot for me.
You going to A-Cuff there?
Nah, I'm going at this point it looked like it'd be Darren Peterson. I'm
Yeah.
going
Yeah, there's definitely a level of pressure, especially with the Kings and just not getting it wrong. I guess the only thing to defend it, and I'm not even defending it myself, but this is just what people have said, you literally can't go wrong at 1, because at the very least you'll have somebody that will be an all-star a couple times. That's what people are saying. Do I believe that? The numbers are tough, man. It's hard for me to look at the different percentages of all the drafts and say, no, it's really going to be as good as what people say. But that's the argument, Trey, that even if you quote unquote got it wrong, it still would be a heck of a ball player. You just maybe would have missed on. But to Trey's point, maybe it's not about a bust. Maybe it's just about, well, A.J. DeBonsa, the Kings went with Cam Boozer, and A.J. DeBonsa ended up being a top 10 player, so they're still going to get clowned for it. I think the fear becomes one of these fast risers, and I like him. I do like watching him, but somebody's going to get caught up in the NCAA tournament, and all of a sudden, you're sitting at 2, and DeBonsa goes 1, and all of a sudden it turns into, we'll take Acuff at 2. Like, that's the type of stuff that I think Kings fans are probably worried about.
By the way, and I know I said I was going to mention this last segment, March Madness, some are saying the madness is not there anymore because of NIL, and the gaps between the haves and have-not is greater than ever. So we'll see, but there are a lot of indications statistically that those crazy upsets are going to be much less likely, much more chalky.
I've always thought about that, but also it's almost as if the argument I have is not about the Cinderellas, because the Cinderellas never win the whole thing. It's more so about random teams that get good NIL for a year. So, hey, a bunch of guys went to BYU or things like that. So it's more random, but I get what you're saying. Well, and I have the numbers for you right here, Whitey, if you want them.
Oh, sure.
So you have...
I'm a numbers guy.
So here is the top 10 most expensive rosters. And it's interesting where you'll see some of the names that I'm bringing up. You got Kentucky, $20 million. Okay, richest rosters in the 2026 NCAA tournament. Kentucky at $20 million. Number 2, Duke at $12 million. Number 3, Arkansas. Again, when was Arkansas like this? Right? At number 3, $11.5 million. Louisville, number 4, $10.5 million. Louisville, Texas Tech. I know they've been good. St. John's, who was good back in the day, and now they're back. St. John's, Texas Tech, Louisville, and Michigan, all at $10.5 million. Who would have thought St. John's would be at $10.5 million? Kansas at $9.5 million. Tennessee at $9.5 million, and Arizona, who is a 1 seed along with Duke and Michigan, $9.5 million.
Yeah. So I know it's basketball. Anything can happen. It's sports. Anything can happen. But it's unlikely that somebody's going to come out of nowhere to win March Madness anymore, or really to even get very far.
Yeah. And I guess back in the day,
saw some of that last year.
I would agree with that. Back in the day, you only had so many scholarships, and maybe they were doing stuff under the table. But we only have so many scholarships. Our facilities might be better, but we all have the same number of scholarships. So, yeah, it is a bit sad. Hopefully somebody can kind of power through. But I do think you can have a bunch of bounce backs that are trying to make their way, and you could have a random, a random, I don't know about Cinderella, but a bigger name that isn't on this list ball out, like, a Seton Hall or somebody like that, because it's a bunch of the transfer portal guys and it just works. But yeah, probably not going to see too many. What was it? St. Mary's of Chicago or things like that.
Yeah. Did you watch the World Baseball Classic last night?
I did. It was a ball.
USA overcoming that powerhouse.
It was a ball.
Republica Dominica.
Are they
a
powerhouse?
Terrible call.
Are they a powerhouse if Severino had to start?
I'm just telling you what some of the media, the way they presented it.
But you know what?
I agree with you.
You know where the DR went wrong? I don't know why the pitchers that they brought in after the first pitcher they brought in were they shut US down. I don't know why they went to that first pitcher after Severino. I don't know why they did that. That was their biggest mistake of the night. But ultimately, why do you got to score runs to win? And they could not score any. They couldn't get anything going. Maybe you send
Austin Wells.
Yeah, send
Let's
him
go.
home.
Yeah.
Got to send him. And then Tatis, if anybody knows about making the last out at third, it's me. I don't know why he was running in that situation, and Aaron Judge got to show off the cannon. He had to do something because besides that, his legacy was getting carried by the rest of the team. So at least he contributed a little bit.
Yeah, that's a bad look for the USA team to win on a terrible, terrible cold strike 3.
Yeah,
it's just a bad look.
This
tournament is fun, but like Italy still alive. None of the guys are actually from Italy, which I get, but still it's like.
ABS next go round?
Yo, absolutely.
Gotta do it.
Gotta do it. When we come back, Kings making moves in the standings and with the roster next, Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Running a business takes grit, vision, and a partner who believes in your success as much as you do. At Valley Strong Credit Union, business banking is built around you. The entrepreneurs, the growers, the dreamers powering our community. Whether you need flexible checking, faster payments, or financing to take your next big step, Valley Strong brings local expertise and real relationships to every stage of your business. Because when local businesses thrive, the whole valley grows stronger. Valley Strong Credit Union. Grow your business, grow your future. ValleyStrong.com/business.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
It's time for the madness, and your HVAC system is in a full court press. Cold mornings, warm afternoons, your heater and AC are battling, and your system is working overtime. Don't let your comfort get knocked out. Score Brower Mechanical's Madness BOGO special. Buy a heating maintenance and get a free AC maintenance for just $89. Call 916-352-3113. Brower Mechanical. Residential and commercial HVAC sales and service. License number 1081055.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Freddie Gallman says nobody in media has actually provided a plan as to how DC should tell healthy vets they can't play in order to save the tank. There's a lot of pushback from Kings fans on the notion that the Kings should be losing some of these games they're winning. It's The Drive Guys. Alan Stiles. We got Jay back today. Whitey Gleason. So I think that's just where we are, Alan. It looks like fans want it. Looks like the organization has decided, for whatever reason, other teams are going to embarrass themselves. We're going to end up with a good pick any which way, given where we are right now. So we're going to try to win some of these games. I think that's where it is.
I think it is too. But as far as Freddie is concerned, nobody is telling Doug, that's not the take. At least that's not my take. I don't believe it's your take. Nobody is telling Doug to be the one to sit DeMar. This is on Scott Perry. And if the argument is, well, you couldn't move on from the guys, okay, well, you couldn't move on from the guys. But this is a conversation that this is not about media providing a plan to do what, Freddie? To do what? This is about if Scott Perry wants something to go a certain way, he talks to Doug. Doug is not going to not play DeMar. Nobody's asking Doug to do that. I don't hold Doug responsible for any of this as far as the draft lottery positioning is. This is on Scott Perry, who, by the way, Whitey, if you needed any more of a, I guess, explanation as to how Scott Perry feels about this whole tanking thing, you tell me if this Monday motivation doesn't sound coded.
Oh, we're going to talk about that.
Tell me if this sounds coded to you. It's not always easy to do the right thing, especially when those around you are not. Taking the path of least resistance is sometimes the simplest thing to do. Dare to be different and stand firm on your convictions. Don't allow others to convince you to compromise your values, cough, cough, Alan Stiles, in which you know in your heart is the proper course of action, cough, cough, Whitey Gleason. It may not always be the easiest course, but in the long run, it is always the most rewarding while bringing you more peace of mind. Hashtag Monday Motivation.
I got some things to say about that, which we'll get to at some point here in the show. But yes, I'm glad you shared that. It was very, very interesting. To Freddie's point, and thank you, Freddie, for following along here and participating. Nobody in media has actually provided a plan as to how DC should tell healthy vets they can't play in order to save the tank. As Alan said, there's no plan if the Kings were going to do that, and it looks like they're not, okay? But just to answer your question, I'm not arguing that this should be going on, but you think Will Hardy last night, you think that was his idea to sit all the players he sat? Yeah. Or is that being handed down to him? If a team's going to do it, the media doesn't need a plan. It's the general manager in front office, ownership in some cases, telling a coach, we need to play this guy a lot more and that guy not as much. And that is your job as a coach. That's what we want you to do. That's the
simple
plan.
Yeah. Freddie is saying, what should Scott Perry say? I'm all ears. It's that simple. Hey, guys, we want to prioritize the development of the youth, and DeMar should not be playing more than 25 minutes.
Yeah.
And Russell Westbrook should not be playing 25 minutes.
Doesn't appear that's
it's that simple.
What the Kings are interested in.
No.
That would be how you would do it.
It's literally that simple.
Yeah.
And Doug says, okay, because you know what? That's Doug's boss.
Mm-hmm.
You know? You want to, hey, guys, hey, Alan, that reminds me back in the day when I was working at shout out Diablo Country Club.
Here we go.
Out in Diablo.
Yeah, what were we doing? Cart barn?
No. I was just
groundskeeper?
No. I was just a server. I was just a server during.
What was the first position?
Yeah, I don't know.
Cart barn.
Oh, cart barn.
Yeah. Round them up.
No. I would just serve for weddings, and then
Eller are missing a cart.
And
it's time to close. All right, I'll go find it.
If we had a big golf tournament, we would fill up, the bevies that they would have at certain holes. So I would do that. Besides that, I was just a server for certain events for the members. That's it. But at the end of the night, right, when a manager says we, but he ain't talking about him. Mm-hmm. He ain't folding up no tables. Hey, guys, gather around. Okay, great job. Wedding just finished. As people are getting out of here, hey, we need to get those tables taken care of.
Right.
Hey, we need to make sure all the dishes are put on. He ain't that we is not a we. So if you want me to be Scott Perry, Freddie, hey guys, we need to prioritize development. And we need to make sure that certain vets do not eclipse 30 minutes.
But again, I don't want to go too far down that path because it doesn't appear that is the plan. No. That's just to answer your question. That's how it would be done.
That's how it would be done.
The media doesn't need to concoct a plan.
No, I don't need to do nothing because I'm telling you, we need to do this. Mm-hmm. That's what Scott Perry would say. But he clearly, they don't have any interest in that, at least right now. And I think it's over, Whitey. Like I said, I think that Jazz game was them saying, I'm not talking about it, so don't ask.
Yeah. My dad, by the way, was after he quit the newspaper business, kind of retired. He retired. Mm-hmm. He was a course marshal. So, yeah.
that makes me feel certain things.
What does that do? And what does a court martial do?
Course marshal is the one that drives around and says, hey, course marshal.
Course marshal.
Sorry, and I think he did this. We have a rule. You got to be a collared shirt. You're going to have to go get a collared shirt. Things like that. And it would help people. But hey, you got to rake the trap, whatever. One time they were filming this movie in Vallejo. And so he came up to visit in Sacramento, and he's going, yeah, there's some actors out on the course today. You ever heard of Sam Jackson? And I'm like, Samuel Jackson? Yeah, pretty good golfer.
Really?
Yes. They filmed the movie Sphere. I don't know if you remember that. Dustin Hoffman and I think, what was the woman from, anyway, Sharon Stone, I think. Anyway, they filmed that on Vallejo. My dad's out there. He goes, yeah, you know the guy, Sam Jackson? He's a pretty good swing.
He knows him as Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I can't stand marshals. They do too much. Gotta speed up. Gotta do this. Just let me play.
Yeah.
This is a thing?
Oh yeah.
I spent
$100.
Kind of policing and keeping everybody follow the rules, basically.
We're 3 minutes behind pace. Can you give me a break? Here's the thing. If you watch and you see guys shotgunning, bevies and doing stuff like that, okay. But if we're trying and we're just not very good, how are we supposed to hurry up?
Well,
you want to give me a discount?
The thing, Alan, I worked at the time with Justin, who's now he's on another station, and he was kind of crazy on the golf course. He was not a rules follower.
Okay.
Some rules he just was oblivious to and didn't care. And my dad would always say, hey, bring the show and come play at the course.
Right.
And I always say, And I said, what? You never come out. Yeah. I was never, ever going to go out there with Justin when my dad was the course marshal.
No, man.
Because I could see it's absolute disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah, no, Jay, it's basically the feds. It's the golf feds.
I don't like it.
It is the golf feds. I know somebody's probably typing it right now. Alan, it kind of sounds like you should be a course marshal.
Definitely.
With the fishing and all of that.
Definitely. That's why you resent them. Because
No.
you feel like, I could do that better than you.
I'd be a chill marshal. Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
No, you would not be.
I'd be a chill marshal.
Jay, I don't think he would be.
Yeah, I think the precedent's been set that he wouldn't be. And if you would at least record people, and then you go to the office, and then you'll talk about it, then figure out.
Yeah, you go, no, go ahead. Do what you're doing. No, you're fine. No, I got it on camera here. Yeah, we'll be getting back to you.
Hold on. And I know we'll get back to the Kings, but you just reminded me of something. I get a text on Friday night. It's my neighbor. Alan, guess who just caught themselves a ding-dong ditcher? He shows me, I saw him yesterday. He shows me the video. He was in the front room, and he embarrassed me because he shows me the video. The kid ding-dong ditches the doorbell, and you see him open the door. Hey, get back here. Catches the kid.
Yeah.
And makes the kid call his mom. Wow. And the mom is like, I thought you were supposed to be at a party, all this. So he did what I couldn't do. So
was it the same kid?
He said it wasn't, but I'm sure they're all part of some ding-dong ditching crew.
Right.
So Whitey, the video, he's just booking it after
Hopefully
this kid.
he's cut off the head of the snake.
I hope so. So we got to the bottom of it as a community. We got it done.
All right. So you contributed, though.
I started, be on the lookout.
Yeah.
Be on the lookout.
Uh-huh.
Friday night, I got a text. Guess who just caught me a doorbell ditcher?
That's good.
Yeah, man. So,
and that's great the way he handled it.
Yeah.
Made him call his mom?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he said, it's either the cops or your mom. And he said, I'll call my mom. He wasn't going to actually call the cops, but he said, it's the cops or your mom.
That's the difference between him and you. You would have had the cops.
No. I would have said, you know what? We're going to handle this old-fashioned way. I guess there were three
you had
of them.
some zip ties, made them into cuffs.
There were three kids, and he catches all three of them, and they're all pointing at each other. It was him. And then he said, well, you stay. He just picked one, and the other kids just dipped.
It was and none of them was your guy? Or you maybe
I don't know, but he said he gave because he's got two kids as well, older kids, and he said, I use this as an opportunity. I said, look, man, you got to look who you're hanging around. Those kids just left you, and now you're stuck with me. You don't know what could happen next. He's like, just call your mom, man. Just call your mom. And the mom had to handle it. Yeah.
That's
I know.
Played.
Should have been me. I should have caught that kid.
Bugs you, huh?
It does. Because it looks so cool when he's running out of the door.
How far from your house, basically?
I was literally my next door neighbor.
Really?
Yes. So he was the one. They hit me. Then they tried to hit him, Jay.
Huh.
And he said, it's not going down like that.
These guys aren't geniuses, are they?
No. They're also not very athletic. They don't got a lot going for them.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. So call your mom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I had to tell you that one.
Maybe I'm glad you did. Maybe you helped set them on the right path. What's the right path for the Kings right now, Alan? Where's this path going to take them?
That's a senior segue. I'll give it a 3.8. I'll give it a 3.8.
Sure.
I think the path is.
Where do they end up?
I think they're not going to be worse than what? The fourth or fifth worst records?
Indiana's 15 wins, Brooklyn 16. Excuse me, Washington 16, Brooklyn 17, Kings 18, Utah 20. Hopefully New Orleans isn't back in here. They're at 22.
I think they could be fifth, and they have a head-to-head matchup with New Orleans. New Orleans has handled the Kings for the most part, but you never know.
The Kings have brought some of these other teams into play now.
Yeah.
As far as they're concerned.
Yeah, I would say that the Kings are probably going to finish with the fifth worst record, which would have 8 in play. Pick 8.
You have the fifth worst record. Yes, you would be 9th.
Oh, my goodness.
You'd have 0.6% chance of getting the 9th pick, so less than 1% chance. 8.7 for 8th, 26.7 for 7th, 19.6 for 6th, 2.2 for 5th, 10.5 for 4th, 10.6, 10.5, 10.5 if you're 5th.
Yeah. I mean, this team, once you're committed to something and they're committed to showing us all that they're not as bad as what their record says they are. So once you're committed to something, you know, I just think it's not gonna change. And here's the other thing, Whitey. When you look at the Kings are at 24th, the 24th hardest schedule. They're just now adding. This is crazy. So they're finally adding the Warriors to the easy category. Okay, you know how Tankathon has tough opponents and easy opponents.
Yes.
You know who else they added? The Blazers. So on top of, everyone keeps talking about the Nets, but they got the Nets, they got the Pelicans, who I know have kind of owned them, but then they still have 2 against the Warriors and 1 against the Blazers. So to me, and whatever random game they decide to win, just like against the Clippers. They got 1 more against the Clippers. That's homecoming, and you never know what could happen. So I think you're looking at the 5th because the Jazz, they could, I think it was a great call, they could easily get fined for what they did last night, and they just don't care.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Mm-hmm. How about Killian Hayes? You know, the Kings making some movement in the standings, but also with the roster. Killian Hayes.
Man. And for
richly deserved 2-year deal.
And for him to do what he did after signing that deal, I was so happy for him. I was really happy for him, Whitey, because, you know, he's been bouncing around a lot. He was what? He was 4 of 6 from Trey Ball.
Yep. Bombs away.
That's what we're talking about.
Against that pesky Utah defense.
Yeah.
Did you see the play where Dylan Cardwell went all the way to the basket, and then at the last minute he kicked it in the corner, and then somebody, I think, threw it out to the wing? On that play, Utah did not play defense.
No.
They stood there and watched.
Yeah.
They followed Cardwell to the basket, and then, at the last minute he kicked it to the corner. And then you had literally just standing there watching.
Well,
I think Killian Hayes might have been the one that made the 3 on that play.
You know, there was a really bad clip about the Wizards, involving the Wizards last week, and it was defense, of course. And I do think about this.
Was that in the Bam game?
I don't know. The Wizards just giving everybody points. I do look at it like this. It's tough because the vets are still playing, but if you only look at the young guys, I'd like to believe, even if the Kings did do what a lot of fans wanted them to do, and let's say today they wake up and they say Russ and DeMar are done, I still don't know if they would catch some of these teams, and I think that's an ode to Doug Christie. You know, they just gave Will Hardy a nice extension, and that's for what they think they're going to do next season. But Will Hardy, he is not inspiring these dudes. They do not look like an inspired team. That Wizards team does not look inspired. It's one thing to not have the level of talent, but one thing you can say about the Kings, regardless of, the vets or whatever, and maybe part of that is having Russ around, is that they're always going to play hard. We haven't seen, honestly, a real sold Kings game like we were seeing a lot. in months. And even still, that was when there was Sabonis and it wasn't Sabonis and Keegan because they never played together, but whether it was Sabonis and or Keegan and Levine, these guys do play hard. And I think that's why it's frustrating for those who want to keep the draft lottery odds because, hey, you can play hard and still feel good about it. We had that stretch about 2-3 weeks ago where they lost to the Clippers and they lost to the Cavs, but they were really close games. And those were the games, if I'm not mistaken, DeMar and Russ, maybe it was a little bit wonky with their playing time, but the Kings have decided, based on whatever happened, the media spat or whatever, that they want to finish these games out.
I just hope it's not that.
But why the timing? But the time, you can't deny the timing of everything.
No, I know. Saturday, watching the Kings and the Clippers, we were out of town, so I watched the ESPN telecast, and it was cool because they showed and had audio of Coach Christie, as they do with the team, and I realized, wow, they used to do that a lot with Doug, and they don't do it anymore, but it was interesting to see some of the interactions, and I think it's a great point you make, and I know not to be sucked in again, because Laravia said the same thing, but Precious Achua says, I like it here. I like Doug Christie. He's one of the few coaches I've ever had that cares about me as much as he cares about basketball. So, yeah, some good signs for Doug. Is this a good sign? I think you make a great point. And we've talked about, as bad as this team has been, everyone seems to feel pretty good about it. Not feeling good about losing, but they just haven't let it drag them down and separate them.
Yeah.
You got to give the coach some credit for that.
Which can be weird for fans, right? When you see them having so much fun and they're bad, it's what my dad personally would be, what are y'all laughing at?
Yeah.
My dad, you can't do anything when you're losing, even if it's by a couple points. He calls me every time we watch a game together, somebody celebrates the first time. But Al, they're losing the game, Al.
Yeah,
what are they celebrating? And I feel like some of that is what I grew up with, obviously. So sometimes there's just a lot of smiling going on, but it's a long season. So I get that side of it too. But I'm sure some Kings fans are thinking this team is way too happy for how bad they've been. And now all of a sudden they're rallying around this tough Sacramento media, and to the tune of, with the 11th pick in the NBA.
11th pick? No.
Braden Burries, you are a Sacramento King.
To bring the 11th pick into play, you would have to...
No, they're going to get hot, Whitey.
You'd have to finish 7th.
No, they're going to get hot.
And you'd barely, you'd have a fraction of a shot.
They're going to get hot, Whitey. With the 11th pick, the Kings select Yaxel Lendeberg. That's where we're going.
Man, if you were 6th, and right now they're 4th, if you fell to 6th, you'd have a 20.5% chance to get in the 8th pick. So that must be part of it. They must look at it and feel like we want to win, that we don't want to do damage to what we're building here by bending over backwards to lose. And also, we like whoever we're going to get. We like at least 7-8 of these players.
Yeah.
It must be the calculation.
And we have an all-NBA player coming back. We have a former All-Star coming back in Zach LaVine. And we think if you add a top 10 player, we got DeAndre Hunter coming back.
We'll show
we got
that.
Keegan Murray coming back.
Nasty, brutal Sacramento media.
Yeah. Oh, no. You're not going to mess with us. No. Hey, you're going to respect us. That's what I'm telling you. That's what this is all our fault.
Yeah, it is. I wouldn't say that the Kings this year, despite the losses, have been happy. Certainly there have been occasions where they play with joy, but they've just been... They've played with passion, other than a few episodes here or there, and that happens to every team.
Yeah.
But I don't think fans look at them and go, those guys are way too happy. It's not that they don't care. It's just they've managed somehow to stay as competitive and somehow as positive as you can in the face of everything that's come down on them this year. And I've never been the biggest fan of his signing here, but I give Russell Westbrook a lot of credit for that.
Yeah.
I think that's one way in which he has really set the tone.
So let me get this straight. Are we going to go through this process with the Kings? Russ is going to keep playing his butt off. DeMar keeps playing his butt off, possibly sacrifice draft position, and then the season is going to end and nobody else is going to be interested in Russ and nobody else is going to be interested in DeMar? Is that where this thing is headed? Because how does that actually happen? They're playing so well, right? DeMar is on every sports outlet right now. Russ turning back the clock, but they're going to end up back on the Kings again?
It's hard to answer without sounding like I'm being critical of them. And I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Well, no. Yeah.
But I think someone would say, look, they're doing what they're doing because they're in the perfect environment for it on that team. And that doesn't necessarily translate to a winning team. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just trying to guess. How is it that other teams look at that and go, yeah, we don't need that.
Right, that's
my only guess.
Because you got to get rid of some of these vets. And my thought is, okay, is there a world where, look, Russ is on a 1-year deal, but is there a world where, Russ priced us out, right? And there was somebody else involved, so we had to let Russ go. Now, deep down, the Kings might be not happy about that, but okay, cool, that's one less vet, and we didn't have to have an awkward exchange with him. Same thing with DeMar. Hey, we didn't really get to shop DeMar too much, and DeMar ended up having an outstanding end of the season. Now, enter whatever team is interested, so we moved DeMar for, some expiring contract or a younger player, whoever it is. Maybe that's a possibility, but you're just moving because you're not going to be able to move. I don't know if you're going to be able to move Domantas Sabonis, but if Zach LaVine opts in, you're not going to be able to move him until the season gets going a little bit, and then obviously he's an expiring contract. So I'm just trying to figure out how the Kings have found this perfect world where they're not accomplishing anything outside of winning culture and winning habits, and this is how you win at the end of the season.
If the Kings are not actively tanking, does that mean that your beloved hybrid rebuild is back on the table?
It was never off.
Really?
And I tried to tell you. I tried.
I wasn't listening, and I'm still not.
Well, you better start.
You can make your case when we come back. Also, Freddie is firing back at the Sacramento media.
Who's not? Who's not?
All that and the NBA ready to vote on expansion. We're right back with that and more. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
Think you got the perfect bracket? Prove it. Enter the Sactown Sports 1140 Basketball Mayhem Bracket Challenge for a shot at $1 million. It's free and open to fans nationwide, so lock in your picks now at SactownSports.com/contest. Powered by Power Business Technology.
The spring sale is in bloom at Scandinavian Designs. For a limited time, enjoy huge savings on select modern furniture and decor, including pieces for your living room, bedroom, dining room, and beyond. This is your chance to refresh a favorite space or dream up an entirely new look. Stop by one of our local showrooms or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com. Scandinavian Designs. We make it simple. You make it home.
Have you tried my Colombian tamales?
Yes, but the Mexican tamales I brought are way better.
Colombian tamales wrapped in plantain leaves are unmatched, you know.
But the Mexican tamales wrapped in corn husks are the authentic ones.
At least we can agree that they taste better with Pepsi.
Without a doubt, tamales deserve Pepsi. No matter what tamales you love, enter for a chance to win a year's worth of groceries. Powered by Pepsi. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or over. Ends April 5th, 2026. Rules at PepsiPromo.com/free groceries. Pepsi is a registered trademark of PepsiCo Inc.
If your business depends on reliable vehicles, it's time to upgrade your fleet at MyElkGroveChevrolet.com. We specialize in fleet pricing, bulk discounts, and fast approvals, so your team stays on the road and on the job. From work trucks and vans to fuel-efficient sedans and SUVs, we have the inventory, service, and financing to keep your business moving. Call or visit MyElkGroveChevrolet.com today and ask about exclusive fleet savings. MyElkGroveChevrolet.com. Driving business forward.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
If you're serious about your golf game, then you need to know about Total Game Fitting at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Whether it's the TrackMan-powered Player Performance Studio for your best fit clubs, or the cutting-edge technology putter fitting studio, or the free Ballnamic ball fitter and 3D foot scanner, the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop offers you total game fitting from head to toe with equipment and apparel. Find your advantage at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop with the latest offering of new golf products in Northern California. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway.
This is the sound of Jack, buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, though, may I ask if there are any unlocked guns in your home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Live stream The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports 1140.
Just checking the chat here. We're getting kind of a view of the spectrum of emotions and views that the Kings fans have right now. Kings guy, you got generational talent basically being handed to us, but we're like, nah, I'm good. User QB, fun that we'll get our lovely 8, 9, 10, 12 draft pick. Woohoo. So some Kings fans would like to see the Kings lose a few more games. Freddie Gallman. Before Westbrook went at Sac Media, it was DC needs to sit these guys. What's he doing? Then it turned into it's not DC's job to tank, nor is it the vets. Why was that take only given after Westbrook went off on y'all?
It wasn't Freddie. I mean, I don't know, Freddie. I'm done talking to Freddie.
Freddie, you told me, Alan, come to me with solutions, so tell me the plan then, LOL.
That's what we already did. I mean, we've never, ever.
I appreciate that Freddie's involved in the show.
I just love how we're all just a monolith. It's just one voice, you know, it's just, we're all
media.
Yeah, it's the same.
But same thing like fans feel this way.
Right. But I mean, I don't recall anybody putting it on Doug. As far as anybody that understands, that's why I always brought up the 520 podcast, how Jeff Teague said, the coach came to him and said, you will not play more than 19 minutes. That's what was told to me. That's how it typically works, Freddie. Mm-hmm. That's nobody. I mean, like I said.
You changed your tune after Russ went off on y'all.
He went off on y'all, too. Okay. All right. Sure. I mean, at the end of the day, like, to me, we understand it's a tough situation for everybody involved. If they're going to win games now, if they're valuing, I think the craziest thing for me is, I don't know, it's not a young team. I know they're playing a lot of young players. So younger, right? So if it's that important for Maxime to get this, if you think Maxime is this important to the organization that he needs to be a part of these wins, if you think that Nick Clifford is that important, if you think that Dylan Cardwell is that important, and that's kind of where I'll stop. I don't know how they feel about Devin Carter. Fine. Mm-hmm. I think I'd feel much differently if we knew, and maybe I'm being a little, maybe I'm looking at being a little draftist, if you will, But if it's not even being draftist, it's that these guys have played well. But if there was somebody, maybe Maxime is the one, but if there was somebody like next season, if you had Darren Peterson or if you had Cooper Flagg, I'd have a completely different tune on this. If you had your guy, I think to me, if you had your guy and you didn't want your guy to be a part of these L's, that'd be different. But you don't have your guy yet. Maxime might be, a starter in this league for a very long time. Maybe he does turn into an all-star. I don't know. But yeah, in my opinion, it would be different if you were making sure that you had your guy and you wanted your guy to understand this versus what they have right now.
I understand that, but I'd push back on it. And I know we've talked about this. There have been guys that have been in Detroit, OKC, and they went through it, and they were okay.
Oh, I don't care either way.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters, but it would make more sense to me if that were the case. It makes less sense to me now.
Yeah. The NBA, meanwhile, is going to hold a vote at the Board of Governors meetings next week, according to ESPN, to explore adding expansion teams in Las Vegas and Seattle. The secret is out. The NBA is adding 2 teams. Where are they going to be, Mr. Commissioner? We're looking at a lot of cities. We like Mexico City. No, of course, it's going to be Las Vegas and Seattle, as it should be. 2 new franchises being targeted to start play in the 28-29 season, so Kings fans don't have to worry about the expansion draft for a while yet. Who knows what the roster is going to look like by then?
Oh, no, I need to know who's getting protected. Precious? Dylan Cardwell? Who's getting protected?
I think you can only protect 8. I have to look that up, but I believe it's 8.
I'm reading this. Here you go, Whitey.
Yeah.
Please, 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 from the 916, bring DeMar, Russ, and Monk back. Figure out the big man. Need 2. Sabonis needs to be dealt. Murray is the most borderline pro I've ever heard be talked about as a franchise player. Murray ain't close to it. So 916 is protecting Malik Monk, DeMar, Russ, Sabonis, you could have him.
That's a very
Murray, you could have him.
Interesting point of view.
Right now, who are y'all protecting today? Because Precious got to be protected. Russ got to be protected.
You can't protect Precious because he will be a free agent.
Right, yeah. What
he
happens to
go
Russ?
Somewhere.
Right, what happens to Russ in this? If the draft was right now, we'd be arguing about protecting him, but I mean, what happens with free agents in these situations? Do they go last after the team has
Well, if they're not
added?
signed,
right,
then they're free agents still, and they can sign with any team, including the expansion teams.
Hey,
Russ back to Seattle.
Hey, got to protect them. Got to protect him.
Got to sign him first.
Got to sign him to a 3-year deal. Protect them. You got to protect everyone.
Are you
besides Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray?
I don't know if I can speak for Jay, but I may be able to. He'll jump in if not. I think on behalf of Jay and listeners, we can offer you full amnesty. If you just right now, Alan, say, you know what? I was 100% wrong on Precious and Dylan Cardwell. Full amnesty.
Wrong about what?
That they're actually really important players and that they should keep them.
You can keep them.
Would you be willing to offer full amnesty?
Sure, why not?
I never said don't keep Precious. I said somebody saying that's the number one priority for Scott Perry, that's a little much.
Perhaps I'm overstating it, but did you not scoff at the notion that keeping both of them was important?
Important? Important, I don't know. Critical? It's not critical.
Okay.
Is it important? Look, Precious is probably gone. He's probably gone anyway. I think he's played well enough. He's probably out of here.
Last night it was so funny because early on, usually you get the ball maybe in the dunker spot.
Mm-hmm.
Occasionally, they'll post him up. Last night he's getting the ball in the wing, and he's like shooting jumpers. I was like, he's Julius Erving.
Yeah, seriously. No, but here's the thing though. I'll stand on some business.
I'm just kidding.
I would not get into
It's true, but I'm just kidding.
I would not get into a bidding war over Precious Achiuwa. If there's a contender out there that is paying Precious more, I would say, hey, we're glad that this worked out for you. We're glad this last chance you worked out for you. go do what you got to do, big fella.
Mm-hmm.
I would not get into a bidding war over Precious Achiuwa.
I have a question. Not that any of us will know, but if the Kings are, in fact, now saying we want to win these games, wouldn't that mean then that Keegan probably would come back?
I think so.
Yeah, but it looks like he might not. So I still think they're playing it both ways to a degree, which is fine, but it's just a little disingenuous if you're doing that and then saying you're taking the high road.
Yeah,
I get it, but
I don't think it's disingenuous. I think they've probably looked at the schedule and they've said, we feel comfortable that we probably won't get more than 4 more wins. Now, they could be wrong because the power of community and the power of, having a bad guy to fight against, that is stronger, Whitey, than any top pick you could ever have. So I think the Kings probably have said, based on risk assessment, we probably have 4 more wins left.
If you get to 22, Indiana's going to finish with fewer. Washington and Brooklyn are all going to finish with fewer than that, I would think. So at best, you're 4th.
They might get
in the odds,
and I think they might get more. I think they're going to beat the Nets twice. They could get, in my opinion, they could get the Hornets. I think they're going to beat the Nets twice. They're going to beat the Warriors once, so that's 3.
So we'd be talking maybe about 5th. 5th place is in play.
I'm telling you. And they
As
might
far
get
as the
more than
odds.
that. They might get more than that. This team is rolling. And there's only one person to blame.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Jason has been hanging on. Hey, Jason, you're on the drive, guys. What can we do for you today?
Well, I just want to say, I remember beginning of the season, there was talk that next season they're not going to do so well. So, it's been in the people have been talking about that during this season. Next season's not going to do so well. So why not just bring everybody back and have another season, and then after that season, everybody, all the vets or whatever, whoever is off, you have more money. And you play the young kids, and they have more experience. So, like, the whole 2027 plan, I think that's still on the table. So that's what I'm saying. I would love to bring everybody back, Precious, Westbrook, some of the vets, and, and play more of the rookies. And you never know. We might have a surprise season. So
all right,
that's
Jason.
what I say.
Thank you. I think Jason almost is saying, hey, if you win 22 games, run it back.
Yeah.
But with the addition of a younger player,
yeah.
Why
exactly.
are so many fans so in love with this team?
Well, it's their team. I mean, they're always going to fall in love with this team.
The Kings, but this team.
Because they have found a way. What did we talk about in Crosstalk? Marketing. They have found a way to turn this media spat into a marketing opportunity to where now we are the one team. Look, Sacramento hasn't had a ton to cheer about as far as the basketball team is concerned outside of the Beam team. Hey, we are the team. I just think that, especially when you're not talking about armchair GMs, which you'll find a lot of them on Twitter, you're talking about the more laid-back fan. I think a lot of them are just watching a team, and it's hard to not like watching Russell Westbrook. It's hard to be upset with Maxime Reynaud when you see the relationship that they have. Doug McDermott, he's just here having a good time. It's hard to be upset about that. And you look at them and you say, you know what? The Kings might not be the most talented team out there, but dang it, they're trying their hardest where all these other teams have decided to take this easy way out. And I think people appreciate that, outside of draft possibilities
I do think that's
or whatever.
going on.
I think people just appreciate that the Kings, if all else fails, is still trying.
Yeah. Bless you. In a world where no one's trying.
Yes.
And you're still trying.
Exactly.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Conversation continues when we come back. Also, the madness is upon us, which means it's time to find that chalk next on Sactown Sports.
Think you got the perfect bracket? Prove it. Enter the Sactown Sports 1140 Basketball Mayhem Bracket Challenge for a shot at $1 million. It's free and open to fans nationwide, so lock in your picks now at SactownSports.com/contest. Powered by Power Business Technology.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 prescriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Business moves fast, and so do we. At Bank of Marin, we team up with businesses in the greater Sacramento area to help you drive the lane and score big. With dedicated relationship bankers and local decision making, we help you move quickly, whether you're upgrading equipment, buying your next building, streamlining cash flow, or fueling growth. From expansion to investment, we're ready to help you win. Bank of Marin, your local business bank. Visit us at bankofmarin.com. Member FDIC.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, you want to win a lot of money? You want a chance to prove you know more about college basketball than anybody else and then earn a nice paycheck? I mean, a big, fat paycheck, Alan, if you can pull it off. Enter our Basketball Mayhem Bracket Challenge for your chance at $1 million. Yeah, Power Business Technology. That's powered by Power Business Technology. Sign up now at SactownSports.com/contests. You have until Thursday morning at 8:45 a.m. to sign up and make your picks. Did you enjoy your Selection Sunday?
Oh, it was amazing. It was amazing. I mean, all the conferences, the MEAC Conference Championship, the SWAC Conference Championship, all of them, the MAC Conference Championship. I watched all of them, the AAC. I watched everything I could, Whitey, and it did not let me down. The Ivy League. Oh, my goodness. Anybody watch the Ivy League Championship?
Didn't happen to catch it.
It was a barn burner. I mean, just a great week to lead into an even better week with March Madness going on. I love it. I absolutely love it.
It could be very chalky this year. It's getting increasingly chalky.
Yeah, that's fine, but the chalkiness now has moved from true blue Cinderellas to kind of mid-major Cinderellas, right? Like Houston is not a Cinderella anymore, but they've become a power. They haven't won the whole thing, but they're like this generation's Gonzaga. Houston is a mid-major. I know they're in the Big 12 now, but coming up, they were always a mid-major school. So I think that's just where this thing is headed. There's not going to be as many, like, to your point, what was that, Florida Gulf Coast? But you'll get them. You'll get them every now and then, just not as often.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if there's a lot of numbers that suggest, there's the powerhouse teams. There's about 10 teams, and one of them is almost certainly going to win.
Yeah.
And that's based on history and based on the direction that college sports are headed now with NILs. So just keep that in mind when you're filling out your brackets. It's a little different now. The whole environment of college sports, the environment in which it operates, it's a little different now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And the other thing is, too, when it comes to that's the tough part, Whitey, when it comes to the actual team perspective. Out of those teams that I read off, I did not read off Florida, who won last season. I would assume that Florida also wasn't in the top 10 last season. Maybe that's a bad assumption. And I didn't read off Houston. So, again, you might not get the super traditional. The Cinderellas never won the whole thing, though. So I still think you could get a Cinderella going to a Sweet 16. I just don't know how often they'll get to a Final Four. But I didn't read off the defending champ Florida, and I didn't read off Houston as far as the top 10 NIL spending teams. So
Houston's going to win, right? They're going to beat Arizona.
Are they finally gonna do it, or are they just going to be another Gonzaga? Are they just gonna
Don't hold me to that. I haven't filled out a bracket, but right now I'd say Houston over Arizona.
And then Kingston Flemings goes third.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, we'll get Darren Peterson with the 8th pick. That's what's going to happen.
That would be fine, wouldn't it?
Wait, is that what the hope should be right now? If the Kings are going to continue to fight against the man and drop to the 6th pick, should we just be hoping that Kansas goes one and done, and that all the marketing or all the narratives for Darren Peterson are just negative? You just drop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Darius Acuff is way better. Oh, Keaton Wagler. Oh, I'd love it. The size on that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, who else? Kingston Flemings. Oh yeah.
Who I'd right now would be the player that the Kings would end up with that would make you go, no? You might be totally wrong, but being honest right now, is it Nate Ament?
Kind of. Just because that's what everybody is very curious. Everybody is essentially saying Nate Ament is just there because he looks like what everyone is drafting these days. But if you actually boil it down, he should not go top 10. That's everything that I've heard.
I would be very, very leery right now of picking Mikael Brown Jr. And I know he's had a nice year and he's got some size, but he's currently injured with a bad back.
Yeah.
And those are scary. Of course, Michael Porter Jr. had that and he was fine. Ended up being fine after surgery in 2 years or whatever. But
yeah, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, if you are sitting at 6, then I can't. If you're taking Darius Acuff at 6, I can't complain about that. I think it's about reaching for someone, right? If you're at 6 and you take Nate Ament, or if you're at 7 and you take Nate Ament, I think really, and I wanted to like him, Whitey. You know I did, but it's just whenever I start hearing about, oh, this guy's got a lot, but, he's got to put it all together. I'm just getting PTSD from Tejan Salon, especially when you're talking about a team like the Kings. They're not in a position to take any type of project.
Yeah. Well, if your beloved hybrid rebuild is back on the board, if it is, and the Kings go into the draft thinking that, they're going to take a point guard.
And he's going to be 24 years old.
I don't know about that. LeBaron Fallon. I found out that's how you say his name.
I think it's Phelan.
I think it's
Phelan. Might be Phelan.
The accent is on the second syllable, I believe. That's what I read today. I had never heard. Yeah.
I thought I heard Phelan. But we'll learn it once he's on his way.
Okay. Yeah. So he's not even 21 yet. Maybe he's your guy. But really, if that is how they're looking at it, we have no idea. But if they go into it thinking, okay, you know what? We like a lot of these things we got going. We like Keegan over there. We got Preston. We got Stain. We got Zach LaVine. Domas coming back. We need a point guard. Same as last year. We need a true point guard. And we're going to draft him. This is a draft to do that.
You know where all roads are headed, Whitey? Yaxel Lendeberg.
You know what?
23 years old. Almost 24. He's almost 24 years old.
You know what George Harrison once said that kind of applies to the Kings, at least historically? When you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there.
Yep. Yeah. I think some of these guys, we're to the point now where the Kings keep winning. We got to start to open up our draft tape a little bit. I haven't watched Hans Steinbach.
What's wrong with you? I thought you were a tape grinder.
I tape grinded up until where the Kings were going to draft, but now it's expanded.
Braden Burries is going to look good.
He's going to look good.
Yeah, in the purple and black.
They got him at 14.
He's a shot maker, Alan.
Kings like him though. Go get him.
339-1140, 1-800-912-1140. Michael, thanks for hanging on. You were on with the drive, guys. What's on your mind?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
I'm Team Guy Bonsa from this fall. Even with Darren Peterson, I think they're the 1-2, but I honestly think Peterson, a lot of people are just putting him up, but I think Guy Bonsa's the clear-cut number 1, 6'9". You can't teach height and wingspan. It's ridiculous. But I think I'm disappointed with the winning, but there's a part of me that I kind of like it because you have Dylan Cardwell, you have them lighting the beam. You have Neat Clifford and Maxime. I love Maxime Renault. Great second-round pick. I mean, it's awesome. But we can't win too much. We can't go past 6, in my opinion. I do like that Yaxel guy, but he's old, 23. I think if we're at 6, I think it's Keaton Wagler or what's his name, Darius Acuff. He's a Calipari guy. Derrick Rose, Tyreek Evans, De'Aaron Fox, Devin Booker, the guards that come from Calipari. Tyrese Maxey, come on now. I think Darius Acuff, worst comes to worst. If we're at 6 or 7, I think we go with Acuff. But what I wanted to take off the call is I feel like Acuff was a sleeper. Like Nate Amen is looking like an Anthony Randolph or a Harrison Barnes 2.0. So what do you guys think with this March Madness coming up? Who's left as a sleeper? But yeah, I'll take it on the call. But take it off the call. But thanks, guys.
Thank you. So that was interesting. I think he speaks for a lot of Kings fans. They can't win too much. I'm disappointed, but I love when they win, and I love the young guys.
Right,
yeah,
on the beam. It always
right there
comes
with
back
you.
to the beam.
Up
Yep.
and down, up and down.
Yeah.
As far as the sleepers, I'm not sure if Michael was talking about a player in the draft or a team. I think he was talking about players.
I think he was talking about player for the draft.
Yeah.
It's going to be, in my opinion, it's always going to be a guard because March Madness is always heavy on guard play. So I don't know. I mean, take your pick. Right now, Darius Acuff is the hot name. So I would say I could see Michael Brown Jr. I got to double check what the bracket looks like for them. But again, a guard that has the ball a decent bit and can shoot is always going to have opportunities to play well. So I would say somebody like that. I would even say, to your point, Whitey, I mean, Braden Burries is sitting at 14. I don't think there's no way he ends up going 14.
Yeah, he's one of the guys, you watch, and I think I was watching for Koa Pete and whoever they were playing, and then you obviously he's a good player, so you notice him. It's like, I didn't come here to see him. He caught my eye. Another guy like that for me, and I know he's a highly rated player, and I'm not sure if it's Senek from Houston, Chris Senek Jr. On this that I have Tankathon, he's projected to go 22nd, 6'11". I like him.
Yeah,
I think he's a guy that could be a little bit of a sleeper in the draft.
Right. I do wonder with what happened with Alabama and the marijuana situation with Alabama's second leading scorer. Now he's been. The last I saw was that he was getting removed. He is. It says Alabama's Aiden Holloway, the Tide's second leading scorer, has been removed from campus the week of the NCAA tournament, pending further investigation by the university. The team has announced he was arrested for over a pound of marijuana during a narcotics search at a Tuscaloosa residence. So my guy LeBaron, Whitey, if you go 1-2 barbecue, LeBaron could be somebody that suffers as other guys have longer stretches if Alabama loses quick. So he could find himself the opposite of what the question was. Instead of rising, you could see him falling if they go one and done in the tournament.
From the 916, number 40 on Kansas would be a great steal later in the first. He'll be a stud. You know who that is? Number 40 on Kansas. My guy.
Oh, Flory
Badunga.
Hey, well, they're trading down for 2. They're trading down for what?
They may be trading up, Alan. They may be trading up, which we will get to.
Have to.
When we come back, why are the Kings playing their best basketball of the year now? And we'll answer that when we come back. Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, the job works in your favor. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members buy more and save more on materials they rely on every day. Get up to 25% off select molding when you spend $1,000 or more, and up to 25% off Pergo Evercraft laminate flooring. Put Pro Savings Days to work for you. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowes.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
When life calls for a little extra, a kitchen upgrade, paying off debt, or that dream vacation, Valley Strong Credit Union is here to help. With a Valley Strong home equity loan, you can tap into your home's value with competitive rates, flexible terms, and local guidance you can trust. Get approved in as little as 5 minutes, with funding in as few as 5 days. Your goals are within reach. Visit valleystrong.com to get your offer today. Valley Strong Credit Union. Grow your possibilities. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 456506.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for the Declaration of Deals sales events?
We're pledging our allegiance to deals and savings. Right now, you can save up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 1500 crew cabs, or save thousands of finance charges with 0% financing for 60 months and up to $9,000 Hoblet discount.
Wow, 0% and up to $9,000. That's pretty amazing.
We're here to help you save on your next new truck. Plus, with over 400 new Rams available, your perfect Ram is waiting. And if you didn't hear, the iconic 5.7-liter Hemi is back. We have over 60 available with 40 in stock.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HoblettDodge.com. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
15,000 total net savings on select new 2026 Ram 1500 Laramie after $57.94 factory rebates, $82.06 Hoblet discount, and $1,000 Hoblet business owner bonus with proof of business ownership. Rebates include $500 military or first responder bonus cash for eligible members. 5 at this net savings, 0% for 60 months, must finance through SFS for well-qualified buyers in lieu of all rebates. $16.67 per thousand borrowed. See dealer for details.
Hagen Oaks knows you can buy a driver off the shelf anywhere, but Hagen Oaks is the only place where you'll find total game fitting. The Hagen Oaks TrackMan-powered player performance studio fits clubs to your swing. Ping's Ballnamic Ball Fitter finds your optimum golf ball. The putter fitting studio makes you a better putter, and FootJoy's 3D foot scanner finds your correct fit. In fact, Hagen Oaks will fit you from head to toe with equipment and apparel to make you the player you want to be. It's total game fitting, and it's only at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
And listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Kings were winners last night. Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. I know a movie that you guys saw was a winner. And you can be a winner, too, in just a moment. Hang on, we'll let you know how you can win some tickets to River Cats opening night. But I believe Sinners is a movie that both you guys saw. And Jay doesn't go to a ton of movies. At least that's what he says. But I believe he attended Sinners. Right, Jay? So were you pulling for Sinners last night?
I'm out the movie game.
But you went to it. You saw it.
Yeah, but I'm one of the guys that I didn't think it was as good as everyone thought it was.
Okay.
But I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm not the demographic to talk about movies and really, blow it up or dislike it. It was cool.
Yeah.
It wasn't nothing over the top that a lot of people, saw a lot of different things in it. I'm just not the type of person, Whitey, that I got to go to the movies and I need a Rubik's Cube a rubric to go down and figure out what you're talking about and why you're talking about it.
Didn't you say your wife explained some of it to you or something?
Say it again?
Didn't you say your wife explained some of the...
Yeah, you need a whole key to talk about, this scene, you got to look at this, and this is what this meant, and this had the background. As I said, I'm not the demographic to talk about when it comes to that.
Well, I just asked because I know you'd seen it, and I haven't...
Yeah,
it was
cool. It was all right.
What was the movie that Keegan was in, just for a second?
Oh, One Battle After Another?
Yeah, I think I saw about...
Keegan Murray?
He wasn't in it.
They showed was it the golden one when his picture was up?
Yeah.
I saw about 45 seconds of it because I was trying to watch something else on HBO Max, and that came up, and it's like, okay, this isn't what I was watching.
Right.
So I just didn't see a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really see, what was it? Marty Supreme, obviously Sinners, One Battle After Another. I believe I only saw Sinners out of the nominated movies.
Didn't you once say that on the air Michael B. Jordan couldn't act or was not? No.
Well, he's grown. He's grown as an actor.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You said he couldn't act?
No. I don't know. I don't know if I said that or not. I said Tiana Taylor can't act.
Oh, okay.
But Michael B. Jordan, when we watched him...
Could it be Chris Watkins that said that? I don't know.
Yeah, don't put that on me. But I will say this. I think one thing that is cool is watching actors improve. I think it's not crazy to say that, watching him in... I thought he was good in Fruitvale Station. A lot of people got on him because of the Bay Area accent. And, he didn't nail it. Well, it's pretty hard to nail. But, going back to... Me saying that he wasn't a great actor in the Friday Night Lights series to what he is now.
Great in Black Panther.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was. That was, Friday Night Lights, that the end of that series, the last couple of seasons he was in it, that was over a decade ago. Mm-hmm. So, you're allowed to watch these. It's a lot different than musical artists, which I find fascinating, Jay. Like, Jay, I've heard people say, I don't want to get the name wrong, but which rapper, but I saw somebody say, hey, well, it's not Kodak Black, but hey, well, Kodak Black, he's rapping on beat now. I'm thinking, how are we talking about this after he's a millionaire as a rapper? We're talking about them improving as far as rapping on beat. How does that happen? So it's not like that. Actors, they get in the game so early, and I think we don't think about them like that per se. But yeah, somebody might not be a great actor, but he's got the bones at 16 years old versus Michael B. Jordan's like 38 now. That's a long time.
I will say this real fast.
Mercy. Yeah.
I will say this. Of everything that has to do with Sinners, shouts out to them winning awards, first of all. Shouts out them for a lot of people loving the film. As I always say, I'm not the person to critique something when it comes to movies. I'm just going to kind of give it to you raw. I don't dive into too much. But I will say this. Michael B. Jordan played a fantastic 2 roles in Sinners. And it's got to be, even though they're a pair of twins, it's got to be crazy that you play 2 different people in the same film. He's not the first person to do it. We know Eddie Murphy. There's been plenty of people. Richard Pryor. So many different people have played numerous characters within a movie. But he played
That's not a spoiler, is it?
heck of at this point you're late.
Yeah,
I am.
You need to get with it. So I'm not even getting ready to get to the point of spoiling. But he played a fantastic role, and he deserved every award that he got last night, from my opinion, when it comes to the movie. If the overall encompassing part of the movie, to each their own. If you like it, you love it, more power to you. If you don't, more power to you.
Yeah. The other one, Ryan Coda is hopping in here. You guys didn't watch F1? No, I didn't. I'm doing the thing again. It's on my list. I literally have it saved, Ryan. My buddies.
Is that the Brad Pitt one?
That's right. And my boy, Jay, did you watch Snowfall with Dams and Idris?
No.
Oh, my goodness.
No, wasn't for me.
That's my guy. I got to watch it, though.
But shouts out to Ryan, because F1 won a lot of awards as well.
Yeah.
And Ryan's a sound guy in the movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's part of that, part of the situation. So pats on the back to them boys over there, too.
Yeah. Well, we don't have an Oscar for you, but we do have a pair of tickets to see the River Cats opening night game March 27th. So listen for your code word. Got one at 8 a.m., noon, and we got one for you now. And text the code word that Alan is about to give you, as I give him a second to look up the word on his list. 916-339-1140 for your chance to win. What do you got, Alan?
Game. G-A-M-E.
Why you gotta pronounce it? Game.
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 Game. Game.
Well, because there's pressure, right? It's kind of a big
game.
contest.
G-A-M-E.
Giving them game.
As in he got
game.
As in it's a whole new ball.
Game. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah. I liked it. I thought it was really appropriate.
Text in.
Yeah. There you go. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Got to get into why is it that the Kings all of a sudden are playing their best basketball now. First, Raider Ted has been hanging on. Hey, Raider Ted. You're on the drive, guys. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Hey, just listening to you guys, I start getting defensive about, being born and raised in Sacramento and still feeling, embarrassed about that to a certain degree when it comes to our to our strategic thinking, all these things. I mean, you can go into the Oscars and say, hey, somebody that went to Sac State just won and this and that.
That's right.
All great things.
Yeah.
All great things. All great little things. I get tired when the movies, portray us as like a little gas stop. But then again, I read the papers and it says we're second worst in driving skills in the entire United States. And I'm like, what? There's no way that is real unless you're calculating all the people that moved from the Bay Area that don't know how to drive and they just ruined our driving record. So that's just one little, that's how my mind works.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very defensive about protecting our image, and I don't like it when we come across as naive or stupid to the basketball world about strategy, which brings me to my other point, which is, hey, if you're going to Disneyland and the ride is broken that you want to go on, but you're still going, and you're like, I want to have a great time, and my family needs to have a good time. But the Matterhorn's broken, and Space Mountain's broken, and you knew that before you left. That's what people say when they go to the game, and they say, hey, I took my family, and I just want to win. I want to see a win. Mm-hmm. It's like, you know what? Our floor gets lower and lower and lower and lower the more we win. And we're starting to win in March when we were 30 games under in early February. Is that a good thing for morale? Is that a good thing for building your team up next year? Or is that just lighting the beam a couple of times when the weather turned nice? It's not good strategy. I get it. I've been a fan since they moved here. I want to see him get a great player, not some dude that's like Nate Clifford that's going to be a great support piece. So my strategy is lose if you can. We were losing just fine before, and now we're not losing anymore because we're playing against G League players coming up.
Yep. Got you, Ted. Yeah, thank you.
In my strategy, I texted before, hey, put a cap on how low you can fall. If you're 30 games under in February before everybody starts tanking, then you should go no longer under 6 pick or something like that.
All right.
I'll let the smart people figure it out.
Well, thanks. Yeah, there are no smart people here, so we'll do our best. I think that is something that in one form or another the league is looking at. But let's turn to one of those Bay Area transplants that you were talking about, Alan Stiles, and see what he thinks.
Man, by the way, well, it's funny Raider Ted said that, not to make light. I had a close call on Friday. Somebody just ran a red. So It's crazy that Raider Ted is saying this. Somebody just ran a red and, thank heavens I'm okay. And everybody was okay. So it's crazy that Ted brought that up because it was in the Thomas. And I don't know. Maybe there was a glitch with the light. I have no clue, Ted.
Yeah, Ted, let us know if you get a chance. Is that in the state or nationally or? To me, it's just all over the state. Everywhere I go in the state.
Is it based on crashes?
Yeah, I don't know.
What's that based on? Mm-hmm. I did fail my driving test twice, though. Automatic fails both times. And the third time came around, and I'm doing the backup. You have to back up for 15 whatever feet.
Yeah.
And I'm backing up. Nowadays, these kids got screens and all this. I didn't have a screen.
I know.
So I'm backing up, Whitey. And I guess if you fail 3 times, I didn't look for a biker or something. There was no biker, but I go through the whole thing. They're like, yeah, you failed like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
But you had to keep going.
Right.
So I'm backing up and I hit a trash can and I look at the dude and I say, please, man, this is my 3rd chance. Please, please do not fail me. And he passed me, and I got a clean driving record, man.
Oh, good.
Maybe one, maybe I had to go Mario Andretti once or twice, but I did pretty good for myself.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm backing up, Whitey, and I hit that trash can. I looked at him, I said, please, man. I don't know if that was supposed to be an automatic fail, but I said, please, man, this is my last chance. Because they don't know. Like, please. Because then you got to retake, I think, the permit test. I said, please.
You probably were just so good other than that.
Oh, man. Well, I was nice besides that. Yeah. And like I said, I got bars driving. Mm-hmm. So anything that's going on, Raider Ted, trust me, I'm helping Sacramento, not the other way around.
What do you think of his conversation about Sacramento strategy? One thing I'll say is I understand your point, Ted. When you say fans going to games, they want wins, but they should recognize big picture. Maybe, but they have nothing to do with it. You can't blame a fan for paying money and wanting to see a win, but that doesn't have any impact on whether they win or not. Yeah. The attitude that fans bring to the contest.
Ted, I don't think I know, and I know exactly what you mean as far as national media viewing the fans, as simpletons, if you will. I don't think you have to worry about that. I don't think national media goes after fans like that because they understand the fans want to win. I think it's more so about national media looking at the Kings and their decision to play. I think DeMar is averaging 37 minutes over the last 5 games. I think it's about the Kings and their decision to play these vets. That's what's going to be roasted, not the fans for being happy that the Kings are winning, because the fans have no control. So I don't think you got to worry about fans looking bad, Ted. It's more so about the org looking bad, to be honest, as far as national media is concerned. And hey, what exactly are they doing? We saw Clutch Points. Our guy wasn't, Brett Siegel, the finest in Clutch Points. We saw Clutch Points put out something, and Dave retweeted it because, they're saying, what are the Kings doing? So, but that's not about, nobody's going to get on the fans like that.
Mm-hmm. Whatever it is, I don't think it's true that the Kings don't know what they're doing. We can, if we ever find out what they're doing, we can disagree, or maybe what they're doing doesn't work out. But I don't think they're just like, I don't know. But that's another thing that with the Kings, it's easy for people, especially nationally, to go, they can't even tank right. Here's the thing nationally with the Kings. Wouldn't you guys agree? Let's say the Kings were tanking worse than anybody. People would say, oh, look at that, it's a terrible team. Mm-hmm. The people nationally, that's dreadful. Well, it figures the Kings would tank. They're always awful. Now, when it looks like they're not tanking, what do they get? They get criticized. They don't even know what they're doing. They're going to get criticized no matter what.
They are.
Until they can establish over a period of time that they know what they're doing.
There's always going to be something. And then if the Kings if they get the number one pick, I can already see Stephen A. firing up the first segment on First Take. Should players avoid the Kings, right? So there's always going to be something. And we talked about marketing during Crosstalk and just narratives until you change that narrative. And they're in the process of trying to do that right now. And maybe, Whitey, national media can view this as stupid, but maybe the Kings view it as, hey, look, any opportunity we have to win a basketball game, we're going to do that. And that's their prerogative.
I still think there's time for them to play it the other way, too. I mean, they've shown here is they've won nearly a quarter of the games they've won this year in the last week. Mm-hmm. They have nearly a quarter of their season victories in the last week.
Yeah.
So why is that going on? I still think there's an opportunity for them, depending on what they may or may not decide to do with some of the veterans, to take it the other way as well and start playing the younger guys. I don't know if that's their plan, but there is an opportunity. But why are they playing so well right now? Some of it is because they have veterans who are playing well, and the other teams are putting miserable lineups out there.
Can't say that, Whitey.
Not that wasn't how they beat the Clippers, but like Indiana and Utah, it's like I was shocked, and I know that they're trying to lose games. I was shocked at how bad their lineups were.
I mean, it's bad. It's bad, and I think one thing that we maybe need to start paying attention to is we keep looking at the teams that are really bad, but teams like maybe the Warriors that might make a decision to, hey, we don't want to get past 9-10 so we can, have a decent pick. We need to start paying attention to some of those teams as well. I know looking here, just a quick glance, obviously the Spurs aren't in that conversation. We got to double check. I know the Sixers have been pretty injured. The Hornets have been hot. The Hawks are another team. I know the Hawks are in the 9 seed. I don't know how many more. Look, the Kings weren't getting everybody's best punch. The Kings weren't getting everybody's best punch before because they felt like, hey, I don't even know. Do we know, is Wemby going to play tomorrow? I don't know that he's injured or not, but the Spurs might just feel like we don't need to play Wemby. We're always going to give him a chance to rest, and we're just going to rest him in Sacramento. We don't need him to win. So there's always situations like that. I think you have to flip it as well, Whitey.
Now, that game was going to be on national television.
I know.
And they wouldn't have been able to rest him then.
That's true.
And now they could.
That's true. I'm looking at teams, and I don't have the standings off the top of my head, but like the Raptors, right? They can't mess this up. It's teams like that where you think, okay, the Magic, they need these positions. Those are the only games where I actually feel safe. These borderline teams and bad teams, I don't feel safe against any of them.
Mm-hmm. Chuck Lee says, why are the Kings so unaware, so stupid? Kings are getting the 8 pick for sure. It's not over yet, Chuck Lee. Mm-hmm. And I know it looks like, wow, they changed course. Maybe they have a plan. Maybe they plan to, go back into the tank. Or I think what's most likely is they looked at it and looked at the odds and looked at players available and said, look, 1 through 8, we're feeling really good. We still have a chance at number 1. So what's the point of losing some of these games? Another reason they're winning, the company line would be they're coming together. Mm-hmm. That they were never as bad as it looked.
Yeah. I mean, and that's true, right? I don't think they were ever supposed to be this bad. I don't think they wanted to be this bad. They just ended up being this bad, and that's how they're acting. They're not. What's going on here is the Kings are not deciding to take advantage of their bad fortune. They're deciding that they are not changing their thought process on going into the season. They had a bunch of vets on the team. A bunch of vets have been injured. They still have more vets, and they're not now. I think a lot of people thought, hey, like the Pacers, for example. Pacers didn't know they'd be this bad without Tyrese Halliburton. But hey, while we're here, let's stink up the joint and see what we can do and get a top 5 pick. That's just not what the Kings are doing.
Mm-hmm.
They have not made that decision, which is, I guess, their prerogative.
What's most interesting to me is the way the Kings, and it seems to have happened since some of the veterans sat down and decided to rehab their injuries, that it's much more orderly. They're playing together more. And I think that speaks to the way this roster, when you have all the pieces and you have talents, like that doesn't fit. And so even though you have real talent that's out right now, it looks like it's more of a team. They play together more. Right. Now you can say, oh, that's because of the media and all the horrible things the media said about them. I think what is more of a factor is, as I said, Zach LaVine didn't fit. He's not playing it. He's an excellent player. He's not there. Domas, there was some issues with the fit. He's not there. So Russ and DeMar kind of, all right, this is what we have now. And it looks like they kind of filled some of the void, and they just play much more cohesively as a team.
Yeah, they do. We saw some of this last season when and it's not a Zach LaVine thing. If Zach LaVine was in, but Malik Monk was out. You know what I mean? It's just there was too much of the same.
Right.
So if you remove one piece, it just makes a little bit more sense.
I'm not saying that the guys are out or terrible. It might be the same thing if DeMar and Russ were the ones that were out and maybe Domas and LaVine were the ones in.
Right. And this whole idea, I mean, the Kings been getting roasted all season long. So the idea that, the Russell Westbrook thing was the last straw. When you're a bad team, you get roasted a lot. Mm-hmm. So it's not as if they were just flying under the radar. The Kings have been talked about because they are, they don't have a great record. So if this was the kind of the final straw, then so be it. But this is not the first time somebody has said, man, that Kings team looks pretty darn bad. This is one thing I want people to keep in mind, though, as you're bringing up the guys that aren't playing right now. This whole idea of, man, this looks really good. And I don't know if it looks really good because they're playing guys that I've never heard of on the Jazz. But, man, they beat the Clippers, so I'll give them their just due. Man, this looks really good. We're going to roll into next year. We got something to build. Hold on. You got LaVine coming back. You got Sabonis coming back. Malik Monk coming back. All these guys are on contract. DeMar still on contract. So I think the funniest part of this is the idea that they're building something with a team when you have 3 to 4 guys. Keegan, you have 4 to DeAndre Hunter, 5 guys. It's going to be a completely different team. So we're getting these wins, and it feels good for these rookies. The only rookie that we actually know is going to play next season is Maxime Reynaud. I think Nick's going to play. I think Dylan Carter's going to Carter's going to play. I'm just saying, you're adding in, as important as they look now, and as good as the team looks against some of these lesser opponents, you're adding in, there's 5 dudes out right now in your rotation. Mm-hmm. Now they're going to maybe try to move some of these guys, but people are falling in love with the team that is not their actual team.
About that time, says Doug Christie's ego is screwing this team's future.
It's not Doug's fault. I know.
That's what About That Time says.
I know Freddie thinks that I think that it's Doug's fault, but it's not Doug's fault. There's nothing he can do.
Right. If that were the case, if that really were the problem, there would be changes made. That's just the way the business works.
Yeah. David Fizdale, remember when we talked about him? If there's one thing I would have done differently, I would have not cooked my record the way I cooked that record.
Right.
This stuff matters. Doug wants to keep his job here. Doug wants to get a different job if it's time to get a different job. Mm-hmm. Your record stays with you forever.
Now, Alan, I've been looking forward to this conversation all day long. We've talked about the Kings trading down in the draft. Is trading up coming into play?
Okay,
next
baby.
on Sactown Sports, let's go.
Think you got the perfect bracket? Prove it. Enter the Sactown Sports 1140 Basketball Mayhem Bracket Challenge for a shot at $1 million. It's free and open to fans nationwide, so lock in your picks now at SactownSports.com/contest. Powered by Power Business Technology.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown 411 16th Street and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find: happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
It's weird when you get a stalker. I'll never forget, I met her. She was outside, and she's a stalker, so, not hot. That's just what you picture when you picture a stalker. If they were hot, they wouldn't be a stalker. They'd be my girlfriend.
From Saturday Night Live, his Netflix specials, and Peacock's Bupkis, Pete Davidson, live, Friday, April 10th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Get tickets now at ThunderValleyResort.com. Pete Davidson, live.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert, John Party, Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing, mechanical bulls, and food trucks. Make it a lucky night out of live country music and dancing for your crew. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Residents in Cal Expo and Gornick Academy. More info at CITBFest.com.
Decision to tank or not to tank, how it's dividing fans. Some fans, what are they doing? It's terrible. Other fans, you don't know that. What are you doing? And we're all on the same team. We all want the team to end up as a winner again as soon as possible.
Yep.
I hate to see fans taking shots at each other over this.
It's tough. It's awkward. There's no real right answer. If you want the team to win, cool. If you want the team to prioritize young player development and draft odds, that makes sense too. But obviously one side is going to think it's positive, one side's going to think it's negative, and that's where we are. Whitey, I know a friend of both of ours, Jody Bacon, chimed in and texted me during the break, and this is the other factor to bring up when we're talking about these games and these wins. I brought up who's competing for what. I brought up if you're trying to make a push or not, or if you're just a bad team. The other thing too, Whitey, is the Spurs. It's the back-to-back conversation, because that's how they got the Clippers, I believe, the Kings. The Clippers were coming off a back-to-back. Kings got them. Spurs tomorrow night will be coming off a back-to-back. So I'm telling you, 4 or 5 games. So thank you, Jody, for that reminder. 4 or 5 games, the Kings will win.
She'll probably be working on the out-of-town TV crew.
That's right.
She does that a lot.
That's right. So there's just a lot of factors that nobody thinks about. For example, like we said, the back-to-back thing, because the Clippers are thinking, man, now how are the Kings? Now the Kings still shouldn't have, based on Vegas or whatever, shouldn't have beat the Clippers, but that's the type of little stuff that, we don't always see with our naked eye. Well, they're coming off a back-to-back, or well, they had to do this or they had to do that. And we know how careful they're being. They got the Clippers tonight at 7. I don't know. I know Kawhi went down. I don't know if he'll be back. Because he went down.
Yeah, because he got
Kings.
hit, but then I think he hurt his ankle or something.
Yeah,
also.
I don't know if he'll be back. But, yeah, Spurs at Clippers tonight. That'll be a big one. And then they have the Kings tomorrow night. I don't know if I can't keep up if Wemby's playing back-to-backs or not. But if he's not, then I think it's obvious which one he'd sit in.
We obviously don't know where the Kings are going to draft, but we know right now they are 4th. If they finish 4th, and I'm talking about 4th worst, then you could get the 8th pick. If they slide to 5th, you could end up with the 9th pick, and you'd have a decent chance at the 8th pick. My question is this, and obviously you'll have the lottery, then the Kings will know before the draft at least where they're drafting. And won't that be a relief? At least we'll know. If you're picking, if you drop to 5th, you could pick 7th, 8th, or 9th. As of right now, you could pick 8th. If you're picking right around the 8-9 spot, do you think about trading up? Do you think about, look, we've got a lot of future picks. We'll send you that 8th pick to whomever you're talking with, and we'll throw in a future one. You're going to get a good player at 8. And we'll throw in a future pick, sweeten the pot, and then we'll move up into the top 5, 4, 3. I don't know if anybody would do that for 3, but is that now something that you pursue?
So your pick and a future pick, 2027, 2028, something like that.
Yeah, because you have all your firsts.
Right. We don't know how these protections are going to work with Adam Silver moving forward, but Whitey, this would be so infuriating.
It would.
Infuriating.
I thought you would just, yes, let's do it.
No,
let's crunch the numbers.
I'm trade down for what? Not trade up for what? You can't giving up draft capital because you decided to beat down the G League Jazz would be horrendous. Horrendous. I'm not saying that they might not do it. Maybe they have to do it. But the idea of needing to do that when you were in prime position but wanted to prioritize. Because here's the thing, Whitey.
But you're assuming under that scenario that one of those teams that finished worse than you ended up with the first pick. Maybe they all get leapfrogged by Memphis or somebody.
Yeah. But I think if you're in the conversation of trading up, then you should, from this point right now, already be prioritizing making sure you get a top 5 pick. So maybe they would do it, but if you cared that much about a top 5 pick, then you wouldn't be letting these unks cook.
Aren't you the one, and I'm not coming after you here, but weren't you're willing to trade out of 5? I mean, you're willing to think about trading
to get 2
down?
picks in this draft, not give up draft capital.
I know.
I would do that. So if you want to sit at 8, you can sit at 8. But I would not trade up and give up more draft capital. I can't do it. You would do it?
Well, if I could get in the top 3, I might. Especially if I'm Scott Perry and if it's a pick in 2031 or something like that.
Maybe.
I'll be retired by that.
Yeah, top three, sure.
But I can't imagine anyone would do that in this draft.
I don't know why they would. 03, let's just dial this back again. It doesn't matter whether I believe, the prognosticators or whoever. The streets is saying the best draft since 03. The streets is saying the best draft since 96. So if you have to trade up, cool. But putting yourself in this position for no reason besides some moral discussion or idea in your head with 3 guys that you're going to be moving forward with. I guess you want to we can't throw Precious in there. We don't know if he's going to be back. With 3 guys that you want to move forward with to show them the way of winning after a season of losing. is unfathomable.
This is very interesting to me because we've been talking about this all day, but it wasn't until I brought up the theoretical, very unlikely, of the Kings trading up that I really saw how much this is bothering you.
It's not bothering me.
No, you just said, well, that would be ludicrous.
It would be ludicrous.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong to feel that way. I'm just saying, wow, it's interesting.
It would be ludicrous and it would be ridiculous just because of you were in the position. You saw it.
So it sounds like you feel, and this is fine, a lot of people feel this way, let's take trading up out of it. Do you still feel it's ludicrous doing what they're doing here, playing themselves perhaps out of a top 5 pick?
I think that my moral line and their moral line were more aligned a couple weeks ago. I don't agree with what they've done since. We need a name for that media day. We need a not M Day or whatever. We need to come up with you're good at that. We can come up with a name. Post, not like post Christ or whatever, but AD, whatever you want to call it. After that, I have not agreed with how they've gone about it. But prior to, when it was, hey, young guys are going to play, Westbrook and DeMar are going to play in the first half, a little bit of the third. Hey, cool. It's a national. I had no problem. I had no problem with the Clippers game, right? Hey, cool. They're in LA. You know, who knows how many times Russ and DeMar will get an opportunity like that. They are all playing well. That's a win that you remember. How about that, Whitey? That's a win that Maxime Reynaud will remember. That's a win that fans will remember. That's a win that Nick Clifford will remember. Beating up on some dudes that we all have to Google on the Jazz, nobody's going to remember that. I know DeMar dropped 41. Nobody is going to remember that. So that, to me, is where I disagree with them. Now, if they had sat DeMar, which they were legally able to do so, and the Kings, the young Kings won, cool. Maybe Neek doesn't end up with 5 fouls in 3 quarters. Maybe he does, and they learn from it. But to me, that's the big difference.
I understand. Yeah, and I wasn't trying to make fun of you or I just wanted to get a clear idea of how you feel because it's like I said, I've been struggling with it. By the way, the Kings have a game Sunday against the Nets at 3:00.
You could have
they on the road after.
I think it's on the road, isn't it? Is it not on the road?
Home. It's home. They're home to San Antonio, home to the Sixers Thursday, and then Sunday, March 22nd, 3:00, according to this.
Media meal.
It's Slamson's birthday.
Yeah, brunch.
And they go on the road. I think
they go on the road.
allowing them to get off.
Tuesday they play Charlotte. Yeah. So, but that game against the Nets, they got 2 losses, you would think, coming up here, and then you got that Nets game. I just think it's interesting that you're sharing how you feel about it, because I've been thinking about it and trying to intellectually come to terms with, okay, if they're doing this, there must be a reason why they're doing it.
Yes.
And I understand, because I'm struggling with that. And a lot of fans are feeling like, why in the world would you do this? Having an emotional reaction, which is, this doesn't make sense. So it's just interesting for me to see that side of you and see how that you feel that way as well. I understand it. I just haven't seen it.
You want to see the Kings get clowned? If the Kings traded up for whoever had the second worst record. Let's say the second worst record got the 3rd pick, right? And the Kings, wherever they end up with the 5th worst, they end up with the 8th pick, and they have to give up draft capital to get that pick when they could have done it themselves.
But it's also possible you trade up with somebody who leapfrogged you. That's a possibility.
But that would be different. I still think it's ridiculous. The idea of it is ridiculous. And to your point, you're saying, well, it doesn't matter because, and we talked about this earlier, the second worst record and the 3rd worst record, they got the 4th and 5th pick, so you wouldn't feel as bad. But Lord help us, if the second worst record gets the number 1 or number 2 pick.
I see what you're saying. I agree with that.
Then we'll see how many people want to talk about these wins matter. And I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying people will change their tune if that happens. But it's a big if.
But if they traded up for DeBonsa, again, very unlikely. I mean, you'd have to give up a lot.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would be, you got to get him.
Yeah, but you know who else is saying that? Everyone else is saying that, though. We know the Jazz want him probably more.
I'm willing to part with future assets to make that happen, Alan. Plus some talent. Devin Carter, the 8th pick.
Okay.
2031, that Minnesota pick, unprotected. Woo.
That price, I don't know if that price tag enough. How much you like Neek? That Devin Carter? Price start at Neek.
Maybe. Maybe.
How much you like Maxine? I'm serious.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Kings trade up, Kings trade down. Where are they going to end up? Conversation continues when we come back. Don't go away, Sactown Sports.
The San Francisco 49ers play on Sactown Sports 1140.
Touchdown 49ers! Every game on your #1 sports station. Don't miss the action on your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Imran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry! This deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Alan is challenging me to come up with a reason, right? Why the Kings would be doing this, where they're winning these games that they might benefit from losing. And it's a great question. I've been trying to come up with that. Like I said, I've been struggling with that, watching them last night. And today, as we've discussed this, trying to figure it out. Watching the game last night, again, with the way DeMar played, it became obvious that, okay, they are not really trying to lose this game. So why not? One reason I think is possibly they looked at it and said, we'd have to humiliate ourselves to lose to this team. But the thing that makes the most sense to me is that they look at it and go, you know what? It's building culture, and we're okay if we end up 5th or 6th. We're okay with that. And where are they realistically going to end up? Now, look, if it were me, I would lose the games. But there's a reason why they're not. So what's the word? They're probably going to end up with a 4th worst record, right? That's probably where they end up. Right?
Yes.
So, and then you have a chance if you're 4th worst to get into the 3rd worst. So I think they still figured, look, we have a great chance still to get into the bottom 3. That's my best guess. Other than that, if they're like, we're going to win every game and we don't care if we end up 8th, that to me, that would be kind of short-sighted.
But again, you're telling me the reason is, hey, we're prioritizing. Because I was trying to think of I thought you meant a real reason. Like, I don't
you tell me, because you asked me. So what did you mean?
Well,
so I have to answer your question.
Right. But you saying the reason, if the reason is team building, whatever, if that's the reason, team building / we're good 1 through 8.
We're going to end up with a good pick anyway.
Right. That's the reason.
That's my best guess.
I just think for 3 guys that you truly believe are going to be on this team in the future, and Neek, Maxime, and Dylan Cardwell. Dylan Cardwell just got back. He wasn't even playing.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think it's overblown. I think the whole idea just doesn't make a lot of sense. To look, the tier discussions as this draft continues to change, and as you go from, if you're asking me, hey, is embarrassment worth a top 5 pick, or is embarrassment worth not getting worse than top 5? Yes.
Alan, I agree with you, but I'm not arguing that they're right. I'm just trying to guess why they're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
That's what that'd be my approach as well. They're not doing that, so why not? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Not making the case, just saying, because I can't imagine they're just, oh.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
I know people around the country want to say that. They don't have any idea what they're doing.
So
I don't think that's the case.
So
you can disagree with what they're doing, but I think they have an idea what at least they're trying to do.
So in the PM era, the post-media era, okay, we're working on it.
Yeah.
Everything after the post-media era, they had a conversation.
Can we call it the false narratives?
Oh, yes. But I like era, right? Like AD or BC. So the FN era, after the FN era, they got together and they said, you know what? Bump this. We're not sitting Russ. He stood up for us against those scavengers out there. And we are going to show these cockroaches who've never done anything athletic in their life. We're going to show them who we are.
Maybe. I personally think Scott Perry is very smart and is capable of doing something where he's actually keeping 2 paths or more open simultaneously. I really think he's proven that he's capable of that.
I don't think
he started the season that way, and I think he may be looking at this similarly.
I don't think you're overthinking it. I think it just comes down to, hey, we don't really between 5 and 8 doesn't make a difference to us. Okay. If that's their thought process, that's their thought process.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. If you want to join this feisty conversation Wally's been hanging out. Wally. Hey, Wally, what's going on?
Hey, so I've been listening, and I don't understand how you guaranteed like a loss, like especially at home when I can understand like sitting DeRozan, not playing as many minutes, but you're at home in front of the fans against the Jazz. How do you guarantee your team loses without embarrassing yourself, the franchise, and really pissing off the fans who paid money to be there?
That's what I think, Wally. That's why I think that's part of the equation is, look, in order for – and you're right, you can't guarantee it. But for them to have a legitimate shot of losing that game, I think they would have had to bend over backwards in humiliating fashion. And I think maybe they decided, we ain't doing that. That ain't worth it.
No, but and I know they only had, 8 guys. But to me, we already saw – I've been saying this whole time, there's certain games that the Kings are just going to win. The Jazz were one of those games, along with these Nets games.
I think you even posted that yesterday.
Yeah, along with these Nets games. The issue, Wally, wasn't really the Jazz game. The issue was the Clippers game. So if you do what everybody thinks you were going to do and you lose to the Clippers game, I already had the Jazz game as a slated win. So you can let DeMar do whatever he wants. Because you beat the Clippers, to me, just to give yourself I know it sounds bad, just to give yourself a better chance at losing.
To improve your odds.
Yes. Then I would have said, okay, DeMar, you either – because that's the weird thing. The DeMar thing is fascinating because he was not playing like this a couple weeks ago. There's a couple weeks ago where DeMar – and I know he still had his assists, but a couple weeks ago, DeMar could have been the only dude out there. He was not dropping 41. The false narrative era – changed everything because I called him deferring DeMar because that's what he was doing. He's not that anymore.
Now he's dominant DeMar.
So Wally, there's a middle ground. You won that Clippers game. Oh, bleep. We didn't think we were going to win this Clippers game. Hey, DeMar, we might
now
give
you're
you
talking
a rest
about
here.
maybe the front office,
I'm just saying, hey, DeMar.
The team, obviously,
and they probably still win.
Wanted that.
Right. They probably still win. I think there's a good chance. I know Neek got into foul trouble, but they probably still win. So it's not about guaranteeing a loss. It's almost about at least giving yourself a chance to even things out. You got a huge win against the Clippers. What does this Jazz game matter? You might still win, but it just came off like, dang, y'all really don't give a bleep about these odds, and you got DeMar out here scoring 41. So that, to me, it's not about, you can't guarantee a loss, Wally. We know that. But they were showing us we actually want to beat the bleep out of this Jazz team, which was surprising to me, given that they just had a huge win against the Clippers.
Yeah, maybe I'm just slow on the uptake here. I still wonder if they aren't going to pivot to more putting themselves in position where they're more likely to lose some of these games. I still think that's an option. Maybe I'm just not understanding what's going on. You got San Antonio, Philadelphia. Those are going to be tough games. That Nets game, that Sunday Nets game at 3:00, that's going to be big in terms of determining the lottery standings, because right now you're tied with them in terms of games back. They're at 17-50 or 18-51. So that, if I would think at the very least, for all the talk of how important it is to win and establish culture, I still think you really, really want to be in the bottom three. Mm-hmm. And maybe Coach Christie does not care about that. Maybe the players do not care about that. But I still think if you're the general manager, you have to take all that into account, appreciate the spirit that your players are playing with, but still you have to do whatever you can to maximize your chances of getting in that bottom three.
Yeah.
And that Brooklyn game is going to go a long ways towards determining whether you can or can't.
And I'm already telling you, Whitey, that's at least, they play them twice, they're going to win once. They're going to win once. They're probably going to win twice. I'm going to just tell you like that. The Nets are bad. So
one of those teams just lost in overtime, didn't they? Or they lost, maybe it was Washington.
It was Washington last week.
Yeah.
They're bad, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's not, you weren't supposed, those were the slated wins for me. The Jazz and these Nets games. Mm-hmm. Now that you beat the Clippers, things can get a little bit wonky.
Back to Scott Perry's Monday Motivation. Is it a message to all of us on tanking? We'll look at that when we come back. Don't go away. Sactown Sports.
Think you got the perfect bracket? Prove it. Enter the Sactown Sports 1140 Basketball Mayhem Bracket Challenge for a shot at $1 million. It's free and open to fans nationwide, so lock in your picks now at SactownSports.com/contest. Powered by Power Business Technology.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have you tried my Colombian tamales?
Yes, but the Mexican tamales I brought are way better.
Colombian tamales wrapped in plantain leaves are unmatched, you know.
But the Mexican tamales wrapped in corn husks are the authentic ones.
At least we can agree that they taste better with Pepsi.
Without a doubt, tamales deserve Pepsi. No matter what tamales you love, enter for a chance to win a year's worth of groceries. Powered by Pepsi. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or over. Ends April 5th, 2026. Rules at pepsipromo.com/free groceries. Pepsi is a registered trademark of Pepsi Going.
If you're serious about your golf game, then you need to know about Total Game Fitting at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Whether it's the TrackMan-powered player performance studio for your best fit clubs, or the cutting-edge technology putter fitting studio, or the free Ballnamic ball fitter and 3D foot scanner, the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop offers you total game fitting from head to toe with equipment and apparel. Find your advantage at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop with the latest offering of new golf products in Northern California. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
It's time for the madness, and your HVAC system is in a full court press. Cold mornings, warm afternoons. Your heater and AC are battling, and your system is working overtime. Don't let your comfort get knocked out. Score Brower Mechanical's Madness BOGO Special. Buy a heating maintenance and get a free AC maintenance for just $89. Call 916-352-3113. Brower Mechanical. Residential and commercial HVAC sales and service. License number 1081055.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. He's here to tell us what's going on for the Declaration of Deal sales event.
Come learn the art of savings with Hoblet when you save up to $13,500 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 2500 and 3500s. Some are even available with 0% financing for 36 months. Plus, with the return of the iconic 5.7-liter Hemi with an all-new 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, you'll find what you already know. This is the best Ram yet.
But do you have the Ram I'm looking for?
Yes, and if we don't, we'll order it for you. The reason we are consistently one of the top Ram dealers on the West Coast is our huge Ram inventory, with over 400 available, including those hard-to-find heavy duties.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Nobody Beats Hoblet, period.
13,500 net savings on select new 2026 Ram 2500 limited Longhorns after 1,500 factory rebates. Discounts include 1,000 Hoblet business owner bonus with proof of business ownership. Rebates include 500 on the job upfit, much eligible upfit. Sample VIN 152135. 0% financing for 36 months, only available through SFS for well-qualified buyers in lieu of all rebates. $27.77 per 1,000 borrow. See dealer for details.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Scott Perry's Monday Motivation. Today, was it a message to fans on tanking? We'll look at that in just a moment. First, I don't think we've really heard from Jay today on today's 49er news. 49ers adding Christian Kirk to the wide receiver room. He spent 2025 with the Texans after 3 years with Jacksonville. Deal is for up to $6 million. What do you think, Jay? Christian Kirk joins the wide receiver core.
Wide receiver 3/4. A veteran that maybe get you by if Tricky Ricky P can't get it done. Stay healthy on the field. And, you are taking a risk with Mike Evans. He normally plays 14, 15, 16 games. Have played one time 17 games, of course, since they've implemented it. But I think Christian Kirk is just a veteran leader. You're losing probably Jawan Jennings unless something, catastrophically happens and he comes back. Who knows with DeMar Robinson, even though he should be there. I think it's just a little bit of veteran leadership and somebody to help, who I think they're going to go after a wide receiver somewhere along the lines of the draft, too. So we'll see.
I think they're going to end up in some ways missing Sky Moore on special teams.
It looked like it's going to go to Cowing. Like, they're betting on Cowing being healthy for the full entire year as Allen shakes his head, and I'm with you. We haven't seen Cowing play at all.
That's what the 49ers do on special teams.
They might have to
work out.
And Sky Moore was pretty good.
Yes.
When they picked him up. I mean, he didn't really do nothing over the top where it's like, he didn't really separate games, but he always had the team. He didn't do the Kyle Williams situation. I'll tell you that much. But he always had the squad in a decent position. So we'll see. I mean, they picked up Cowing a couple of years ago in the draft, and now it's his turn. So hopefully it's positive. Christian Kirk, veteran leader. He'll be around, good route runner. A lot of people like his route running skills and abilities. Nothing over heels, but hopefully he can play at least 10 games.
Yeah, the depth chart now, you got Mike Evans, Ricky Pearsall, Christian Kirk, and then the second stringers, Demarcus Robinson, Jordan Watkins, Jacob Cowing. And I'm shaking my head, Jay, because he's one of those burners that we talk about when I joke and call the Niners a private school offense. But, Jay, I just went to the depth chart. Jacob Cowing got a Q. Next to questionable. He's never not.
And where's Watkins at?
Watkins.
A Q.
Right. Well, not right now, but
right.
It's just crazy to me. And people really like Jordan Watkins. He was supposed to be one of those, hey, keep an eye on this guy. So we'll see. But the Jacob Cowing thing, I saw him. Did you see, Jay, the video of him, Ricky Pearsall, in the car in Japan? I'm like, man, I wish I would have just got drafted. You don't got to play. You don't got to just give me $5 million or whatever you make, and I'll make it pop forever.
For the rest of my life. I always say $1 million.
They just out here.
Man.
I know this doesn't make sense, but deep down, part of me feels like Jawan Jennings will be back because it seems like he always is.
Right.
Well, it seems
I know it doesn't make sense, but
it seems like he's not as sought after as he thought. He would be.
Yeah.
So maybe, at that point, you just look in the mirror and you say, okay, I am a kind of third receiver, and that's just what it is. But I don't know. He's probably, oh my goodness, guys. Jay, I just guessed and said $5 million. Jacob Cowing, 4 years. Jay, they give you this right now. We gonna need a new producer. 4 years, $4.5 million.
Man.
To do nothing. I know injury's not anybody's fault, but he in Japan.
Yeah.
He on the beach.
How's the dollar over there right now?
Oh my goodness.
4.5 mil might go a long ways. I'm not sure how it is right now.
I've never seen him play. And you just have $5 million.
Didn't we see him a little bit in
preseason, maybe? You just have $5 million to go to Japan.
I'm with you, man. I mean, Watkins and Cowing, these two, and Watkins, is they picked him up last year, right, in the draft, and Cowing 2 years or 3 years ago. It was one of the two. 2 years ago. And if these guys, and I know, there's talk of always, can you tell a basketball player versus a football player? Could you recognize, I should say, a baseball player? And football players are a little harder because they have helmets and everything. But literally, when I saw that video, Social Network with Cowing, I had no clue who he was. If they wouldn't have put a name there, and I mean, I know we're laughing, but truly, if you put a name and it said it was anybody else that I didn't know, I'd say, okay. I mean, and I'm a 49er guy. I try and look at the roster every single day and figure out what's going on, and I couldn't tell you what both of those guys look like.
It's crazy.
That's tough, man. That's tough. But hey, Godspeed to them, brother.
That's right.
See.
That's right.
Hey, Japan, get your mind right, your body right.
Konnichiwa.
And maybe we could, get to see you.
Yeah. Yes.
5 mil.
Scott Perry's Monday Motivation. Is it a message to fans on tanking? You seem to think it was.
I definitely think it was.
Yeah. It's not always easy to do the right thing, especially when those around you are not. He's talking about all the other teams, right? Tanking. Taking the path of least resistance is sometimes the simplest thing to do. Dare to be different and stand firm on your convictions. Don't lose like all these other suckers are losing games. Stand up for what you believe in. Don't allow others to convince you to compromise your values in which you know in your heart is the proper course of action. May not always be the easiest course, but in the long run, it is always the most rewarding while bringing you more peace of mind. ! Hashtag Monday Motivation. I'll have you know that in 2018-19, when Scott Perry was the general manager of the Knicks, they won 4 of their last 21 games. They ended up with pick number 3. They drafted R.J. Barrett. So maybe this has nothing to do with tanking. Maybe the circumstances are so different that Scott Perry is approaching it differently. But 2018-19, his team took the path of least resistance.
Yes.
And they ended up with the 3rd pick. Now, I think at the time that's the worst you could do. By the way, that draft, 2018-19, Knicks and Scott Perry ended up with the 3rd pick, R.J. Barrett. Do you know who pick number 4 was?
Got to be a stud if you're saying it.
What year?
2018-19. DeAndre Hunter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we talked about this when he traded for him. See?
Yeah.
He got his guys.
Yeah. I think maybe he did.
When he has his guys, he has his guys. That was on his big board. And again, I like DeAndre Hunter. I really do.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, well, that's what happened.
Yeah. I like DeAndre Hunter.
For context, not false context.
Yeah.
You don't get any false context on this show.
Well,
I don't even know what false context is.
But this is what happened. You go through this era a couple weeks ago. Somebody said maybe, DeMar DeRozan wasn't feeling well. We can only go off of what has been reported on, where DeMar wasn't playing in the 4th, Westbrook wasn't playing in the 4th, and we thought, okay, this is what it's going to be. We talked about it. Hey, this is the system. There was a system. Something happened. So for Scott Perry to say all that, they were going about it, and Whitey, you and I went back and forth in maybe, in my opinion, a more morally sound way, right?
And by the way, it's also possible that he was not talking about tanking at all. At the very least, he could always say that, no, I wasn't talking about tanking at all.
So they had their process. They had their program. First half, second half.
At least we thought they did.
We thought that. And I'll tell you this much, Schmal and Miles, right? They started no second half bets for the Kings because they don't know. All of a sudden, Whitey, they're not going anywhere now. You can still find DeMar out there. You can still find Westbrook out there. So even the prop apps have seen a change in Sacramento. And what led this change? We do not know. All we know is that timing-wise, it lines up with the beginning of the false narrative era. Or I should say the end of the false narrative era. And if you're just now joining us, we're working on a name. If you have a better name for us, we'll take it. We are working on the day after Westbrook got into it with the media. We are working on a name for that because post FN, everything changed.
When I finished reading Scott Perry's Monday Motivation, which I know you had already read yourself, you clapped. Guess who ain't having that? Freddie is back. No clapping. LOL. If fans say what Scott Perry said, we get torched for it. Ha, ha, ha. No clapping, Alan. Freddie is.
I don't even know why I'm clapping.
Freddie is watching you today.
Yeah. No, hey.
Might have been a little bit of a sarcastic golf clap. Freddie.
Look, I just want to know what changed. That's all I want to know. Because it all happened at the same time. And again, we're not saying whether or not that you get surgery if you need to get surgery. But the two guys, they got surgery. Both them got surgery. Keegan went down. DeAndre Hunter, we know what happened with his eye. Then at the same time, you're watching the Kings, and DeMar's not playing in the fourth. Even when Sabonis was playing, he was not playing a lot of times in the fourth. I got to go back to that Grizzlies game where he could have had like 40 and 30 or something insane like that. Russ not playing the fourth. That's when Devin Carter got more time. And then something switched. And it was when Russ had that box with his phone in it, and he took his phone out the box, and he said those infamous words. What y'all think, though? Because y'all got a lot to say. Ever since then, Russ playing in the fourth, DeMar playing in the fourth, and what's their record, Whitey? Aren't they whatever in one? Don't they only have one loss since the false narrative night?
Haven't they won 4 of 5?
4-1 since false narrative night.
Mm-hmm.
4-1. So was that why they were going in this direction? I don't know. But all I know is that before false narrative night, they weren't playing like this. They weren't.
It's possible that they're still going to shift gears. I go back to what Tony Jones tweeted Saturday morning?
Yeah.
Whenever it was. No, I think it was Sunday morning after the win over Clippers. Tony Jones tweeted. Tony Jones has been on the show, covers the NBA for The Athletic, used to cover Utah. Now he's covering Philadelphia, right, Jay? Yeah, and he said, it's possible. I think he said, I wonder.
The Jazz now, I think.
And the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Oh, the Nuggets?
Does Tony Jones?
Yeah.
Covers the Jazz and the Nuggets.
No, okay. I thought okay, thank you. He said, I wonder if the Kings, as a tribute to Russ and DeMar, let them have their night last night because it might be the last time they ever play for them. Mm-hmm. Clearly, it wasn't the last time DeMar was ever going to play. But it's an interesting thought.
Now, look.
Maybe my point is they could shut both those guys down, obviously, if they're amenable to it. And maybe there's no way to do that. But that's still also on the table as we try to figure out where are they going from here.
Yes.
I mean, that's a possible path.
Based on what is floating around, you can put two things together. Russell Westbrook has not played since the Clippers game, right? He hasn't. He was out. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow night. Obviously, DeMar DeRozan has, to your point, Whitey. Now, very early injury report, which can change a lot in 24 hours. Russell Westbrook is not on it. So he's not on it.
Okay.
The Spurs haven't submitted theirs yet because they play tonight, but Russell Westbrook is not on it for tomorrow's game. We'll see what happens. There's still a lot of time, and obviously DeMar DeRozan is also not on it. So I want to feel where you're coming from. They just, every time we think they're going to do something, I think Whitey personally, I don't want to say broken is the right term, but after watching what DeMar DeRozan did against the Jazz, it just made me think I don't know. And we know what we've heard. We've heard the same rumors, but after that DeMar DeRozan situation, and I know they were low on players, but after that DeMar DeRozan situation, it just made me think, yeah, I think they might just be writing this out.
Yeah, it does look like it, which is why some fans are a little anxious, and it's why Clutch Points, among other outlets, poking fun at the Kings.
Yeah.
And their apparent new post-false narrative strategy.
Yeah, so the Kings, they say the Kings might have accidentally entered reverse tanking mode in late in the season. After winning 4 of their 5 last games, Sacramento has actually hurt its lottery positioning, dropping from 1st to 4th in lottery odds. That shift also changes the math for the draft. Instead of a top pick being almost guaranteed, the Kings' first-round selection can now slide down as far as 8, and the push for wins hasn't exactly been subtle. DeMar DeRozan has been logging 37 minutes per game, a clear sign the team is still leaning on its veteran star to compete every night. So the question becomes pretty simple. Are the Kings still chasing wins, or are they quietly risking their lottery chances by staying competitive? I actually didn't really understand what they said at the end there because it feels like they're saying the same thing, chasing wins and staying competitive. So, yeah, I didn't really get what they meant by that at the end, but they said won 4 of last 5 games, first to fourth in lottery odds, DeMar playing 37 minutes per game, and then a picture of Vivek Ranadive right next to reverse tanking. Which is, have we even heard that term before? Did the Kings create a new term?
We've probably said it at some point here.
Reverse tank?
Probably.
Reverse tank?
I'm sure.
Yeah, I've heard it before.
Yeah, we've heard it before.
I don't know, guys.
We've heard it before.
Only the Kings can make up new terms.
Today on Maddie and Kayla, they asked people, I think they were taking calls on, which way do you want the Kings to go? Do you want them to continue to win games, or do you want them to lose games and improve their lottery odds? And I think Matt even, I listened to him, and I think Matt even posted something about it. He was surprised by how many people said, I want to win games. Mm-hmm. And I've been surprised, too, by how many people, how many Kings fans are like, you got to win games. Today, I think we're hearing more from the other side as well. So I don't know where the split is. But again, Jay, we've talked about it for years. Kings fans have been divided, and now Kings fans are divided over that. Should you win games and play the way the game's supposed to be played for the good of your culture, or do you lose games to improve your chances of getting one of the better players or one of the better picks?
Well,
you want to lose, don't you?
Yeah.
I think that makes the most sense.
Well, I also think that and there's not
you want to be a loser, don't you?
I don't want to be a loser. You know what it is? I was just thinking about this, guys. As somebody on the text line said, I've been a huge Styles fan, but after that Westbrook take, come on, man, they played the worst teams. I'm trying to confirm.
Which take was,
I don't know. I'm trying to. I asked them what the take was, but you know what, guys? Is what's going on a little bit from the?
I didn't read it. That's text of the day, by the way.
Of course,
text of the day nominee.
Text of the year right now.
But it's early, but yeah.
When it comes to the Kings fans, do you think there's a disconnect between Kings fans and the draft? Because, and I know you
that
drafted,
text comes from San Francisco too. That's got to sting a little bit, huh? I know. Stomping grounds,
but
coming after you.
I know they hit on De'Aaron, who's now gone, and they hit on Tyrese, who's now gone, and now they have Keegan Murray, who people will be hot and cold on. Do you think this is a matter of Kings fans and their relationship with the draft? Do you think they're a little bit disconnected from the draft, so that makes them feel, hey, I'd rather see my team win because we normally bleep up the draft anyway, or end up trading a guy, so whatever.
I think fans appreciate a team playing hard, and I think, Sacramento, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Jay, I've been here a long time, but you're from here, right? Sacramento's always had a little bit of, it seems to be an underdog mentality, especially being so close to, big cities in the Bay and down south. And people, it seems to me, a lot of people are gravitating towards this team with, man, against all odds and all the injuries. And they're trying to win. And they're like, last night they only had 8 people. And you've got all these people saying these things about veterans. I know we joke about that, but I think a lot of fans look at that and they're really appreciating what they see as determination from a team that's battling a lot of difficult circumstances right now.
It's commendable. That's how fans are viewing it. It's commendable for the Kings to try to win when they're not really, everything would tell them not to try to win. Right?
Fans appreciate effort, especially effort that comes despite difficult circumstances.
Yeah, and I mean, there's still a lot of fans out there that probably think, well, where was this effort or whatever up until this point, but to the fans and that have been going to the games, and obviously there are a lot less fans there now, I do think that the Kings
15,132.
15,000, huh? I do think that there are, the Kings owe it to those fans to bring it every single night. My thought process is you don't have to bring it via DeMar DeRozan and Russell Westbrook.
To your point, to your question, I should say, you asked if I think fans are just kind of distrustful of the Kings' lottery history, or how their draft history actually is what you asked. I get the sense that fans are actually more distrustful of the lottery process. Obviously, a lot of Kings fans have some emotional bruises over draft picks and how they've gone, but I get the sense that people are more skeptical of, oh, you can lose a lot of games, you're still going to end up with a terrible pick.
Yeah. I mean, and to piggyback,
they don't trust
off
the
that,
lottery system.
No, everybody said, don't worry, Kings are going to get the 5th pick. Basically, everybody feels as if whatever is the worst situation for the Kings, that's what's going to happen. So none of this matters anyway.
Yeah.
The league isn't going to give Sacramento the number 1 pick. I see a lot of that as well.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to get the first pick, so what's the difference?
Yeah, who cares?
Yep,
who cares?
Yeah. I'll tell you what I care about is your big weekend that's coming up.
Okay.
I know you wanted to talk to Jay about that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Jay, yeah. So basically, it's a hybrid weekend. It's half birthday, half bachelor party.
Who's the bachelor party for?
Just a buddy of mine.
Is a G word in play? Guerneville? Back to Guerneville?
No, Jay, I got a better one for you. Now it's lit, Jay. You ready?
Here we go.
Napa. Jay?
I'm just waiting for you to finish.
You heard that, Jay? We out to Napa.
Napa closes at like 8:30.
Right.
Guerneville closes at 7.
I know. We out to the
Guys
grapes.
must be having a bunch of brunches. A bunch of tasting.
We out to the grapes, Jay.
Are you a wine guy or no?
Oh, yeah.
I am. Yeah,
You
I
are?
am.
Okay.
My buddy has a winery out there, actually.
Oh, okay.
But we go out there all the time. But it's a hybrid because, long story short.
I could just see Alan. He'll have his shades on, his sweater around his neck, sipping wine with his pinky out.
We're golfing.
Supposed to be hot too, right?
Yeah, we're golfing Saturday morning. But, yeah, Friday.
Silverado?
No, we're just doing we're doing
Napa
a 9-hole
Muni?
twice. Yeah, pretty much. Because there's like 15 of us. There's, it's too many. But so Jay, Friday I got off. Okay, so I'm gonna meet up with Schmalin. We're gonna see what's popping for the March Madness games because y'all know I love March Madness. Right, I got a buddy flying in.
By the way, Jay, are you in Friday? Can you
Yes.
do the show? Okay.
Yeah.
So then that's Friday. Then we're gonna hang out in Sacramento. Then
You
then
found
Saturday
the next NBA All-Star.
Then Saturday
game plan?
we drive to Napa.
Oh, okay. So you don't go to Napa till Saturday.
I thought
No.
you were okay.
Gotcha.
No, I had to make some decisions, and Saturday is my actual birthday.
You hanging out with Domas at all?
It's not. I would love to. I gotta find some of his wine.
Yeah.
But it's my birthday. It's not a fun age. Don't get me wrong. On Saturday, but then it's like the bachelor party. Hey guys, keep it quiet. I know it's his birthday, but this is the bachelor's day. It's not about me. But everybody knows it's my birthday. So I gotta, keep it chill.
Why can't you celebrate both?
We are, but
Oh, they will. I mean, can you imagine Alan not telling people it's his birthday?
He's got a whole shirt on.
Unimaginable.
I'm not gonna tell his soul.
With a crown on, Burger King.
I got a sash.
Happy birthday to me.
I'm not, guys. I'm just keeping it low key. This is about my boys' last hurrah.
Yeah, but why? Okay, how long have we known about this bachelor party?
So the details it's a little, sticky, right? The details.
As far as timing?
Well, yeah, like basically things got a little, how should I say it? Sideways a little bit. So at first we thought it was going to be, or there was a possibility it was going to be in Sac. I already had this planned to have my buddy fly out.
Sounds like this wedding was postponed, Jay.
And do something.
Because
I'm trying to figure out.
And do something.
Groomal issues, I would say.
Do something for March Madness.
Uh-huh.
Then my separate group said, hey, would you want to do maybe a combo thing with, our buddy, because he's, we're trying to make sure that we get him taken care of.
I would think you would be like Paul Pierce when they said, on your night where we're retiring your jersey, can we do a video for
That's what
Isaiah
I'm saying.
Thomas? And Paul Pierce like, no.
But
I would think you'd be like Paul Pierce.
No, but what happened was I thought all that was going to happen in Sacramento.
Oh.
Then once they looped him back in, they gave him other options. You get other people involved. And he said, ended up being in Napa. So I'm thinking, whoa, I thought I was showing y'all Sacramento. So then I decided, well, I'm going to split my time. My buddy's flying down. Jay, I got to show him, R Street, J Street, K Street, all the streets, Jay.
All the streets.
So now I'm going to have my cake and eat it too. That's what I'm got going on, man.
I like it. What's wrong? It sounds like you have some trepidation in your voice.
Well,
It does.
I wanted to show everybody Sacramento. That's what I wanted.
So you're only getting one night to do so when you're a little...
Just with my buddy. I thought I was going to get to show the whole crew Sacramento, but they will be in Napa on Friday. But I said, I'm standing on business. My buddy's out here. My buddy thought, hey.
Where's your buddy coming from?
He's coming from Oregon. He's from out here, but they moved to Oregon. So,
man, he know about Sac.
He ain't seen AJ. Hey, he ain't seen my side.
Okay, all right. I got
He ain't seen my side.
Sacramento style.
That's right.
Style.
We got to show him. So
Triple S.
that's the weekend, fellas.
By the way, good news for Jacob Cowing. The dollar very favorable in Japan right now.
Beautiful.
Great. Great. Flip that $5 million.
Are you excited? Because I'm not. I'm not detecting that.
He's mad that it's not all about his birthday.
Okay,
it was never all going to be about my birthday. Honestly, guys, the majority of this crew is from the Bay, and I really wanted to show them how we living out here in Sacramento because we do Napa all the time.
He's gone from being a star in the show. It's my birthday.
No,
let
it's
me
not
show
about
everybody.
me.
And now it's like
it's not about me. It's about
supporting
Sacramento.
role.
It's about Sacramento.
Yeah.
Not about me.
He's got like 4 lines in the movie.
And it's Alan's birthday too. Okay,
yeah,
great.
don't even say it. I don't even want him to say it. But I wanted to show them Sacramento. So at least I'm showing my buddy, and then I'm going to go to Napa.
Keep it whatever you can. But what does we're all blessed to be close to Napa. And I was just having this conversation with somebody. Napa is a worldwide destination for a lot of people because of the grapes and wine and everything else that goes there. But when you're from this area, love Napa. But Napa for me is one of those things where if I'm there with Mom.
Yeah.
Wife.
No, I hear you. There's a little something.
Aunties.
Like I said.
Like, what is one doing Napa?
You guys going antiquing or something?
Very similar to Guerneville. It's a lower key.
A lower key Guerneville?
No.
You're going to be in a coma.
A low key situation.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, we could have been out. We could have been out here.
Out for the brass? They're looking for brass.
We could have been out
brass
here.
statues.
Napa, there's some spots.
You going to ride the wine train?
No, I will not be.
Okay.
There's going to be some
blue
spots.
Note,
but my point is on the gram, on Instagram, Friday night, I'm posting all night.
Okay.
So they can see from Napa, this is what y'all missed out on.
All right. Okay.
That's right.
We have another big name QB on the move. What does it mean for the league at large? Back with that on Sactown Sports.
The madness is here, and so is your shot at $1 million. Enter the Sactown Sports 1140 Basketball Mayhem Bracket Challenge. It's free and open to fans nationwide. Head to SactownSports.com, build your bracket, and see if you've got what it takes. This contest is brought to you by Power Business Technology. For all your business copier needs, call 1-844-POWER-BZ or visit PowerCopiers.com. Don't sleep on this. Get your picks in now.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
When life calls for a little extra, a kitchen upgrade, paying off debt, or that dream vacation, Valley Strong Credit Union is here to help. With a Valley Strong home equity loan, you can tap into your home's value with competitive rates, flexible terms, and local guidance you can trust. Get approved in as little as 5 minutes, with funding in as few as 5 days. Your goals are within reach. Visit valleystrong.com to get your offer today. Valley Strong Credit Union. Grow your possibilities. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 456506.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
We appreciate, as we've told you many times, your participation. Just appreciate the fact that you're listening. Whether you agree or not, sometimes people come in, they take a swipe, and then sometimes they'll kind of back that up and say, hey, maybe I was wrong. Always appreciate that as well. And your guy, Alan, apparently is doing that. You're a San Francisco fan. I just got into my car, so maybe I didn't quite understand your point. It made it seem that the Kings won those 4 games because Westbrook lit a fire under them, but really only because those teams are even worse than the Kings. I am probably wrong. I am glad they brought you to 1140 because you speak the truth and what all fans feel. You speak for the fans.
Now that's the text of the day.
Now the first one is slightly above that one, right. But it's close.
Well, yeah, to the 415, I personally do think that media night did light a fire. I do. But I just think it's a combination of a couple things. It lit a fire, and they're playing lesser teams. And I don't know, and we can take the lesser teams out of it. Yeah, I don't know if they're winning that Clippers game a couple weeks ago. I don't. I mean, they had played some good games the last time they played the Clippers and when they played the Cavs, but they do look a little bit different. Maybe I'm making it up because, I felt connected to it, even though I wasn't in the building, but felt connected to it because, Russ was talking to some of my peers and coworkers. So maybe I'm thinking too much of it, but all I know, and I can do some more research, Whitey, the minutes played with Russ and DeMar, it did feel like it was decreasing, and now it's back to increasing.
Both things could be true, and I know it. I understand the texter's point. It's like they're playing bad teams and they're winning.
Yeah,
it's just that simple. But even go back to what Maxime Reynaud said last night after the game when he was addressing the crowd, talking about you should appreciate DeMar DeRozan, and it does seem like whatever Russ did, whyever he did it, they seem like as a team they're more together.
Yeah.
And that seems kind of dopey, to be honest with you, because it's the Sacramento media, which I've been in for a long time. So again, I'm talking about myself too. This is about the softest media towards a team. You won't find many, if any, softer.
Well,
and
yeah.
so what's going on now? But it does seem like it has somehow been part of them playing better basketball of late.
Yeah, we still just don't even. That's the craziest part. We still don't even have the smoking gun. We still don't know if this was about Russ, if this was about the young guys, if this was about the vets. We still don't know.
Some of it is, and Russ is a veteran and he's good at this. Sometimes athletes will kind of fabricate stuff because they need something to get them going or to bring a team together, and a lot of times it works.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a little unusual.
Yeah, it's just tough.
But it does seem like they've played better since then.
Yeah, and thank you to the 415. Honestly, it's easy to get caught up in kind of negative.
I liked your first text a lot better than your second one.
It's easy to get caught up when people just say you stink or you're stupid, and just a human element. So I want to be sure to give a shout out to some of the nice things that get said too. So thank you, 415.
Jay would never do that. Jay would never text and then go, "Gee, I could be wrong." Would you, Jay?
Nah, I'm good.
But that is very nice. Thank you.
Yeah, shouts out to
Well,
you.
the thing, yeah, I think the thing is with the Kings is, again, if it's not about the false narrative night, then what changed this, right? What sparked this? And let's leave that night out of it, because you can't tell me
that. I can't answer.
I understand that the teams are worse. I do.
Yeah,
I do. But that Clippers, I know I just talked about the Clippers game. That Clippers game, they just have a pep in their step, right? And
yeah, the Clippers looked like, and we've seen that a lot with the Kings over the years, where there are certain games where the other team, you can tell, doesn't really take them seriously.
Right.
And as you said, the Clippers were a little weary, but you could see like, oh man, they had no idea they were in for that kind of night.
Yeah, I mean,
by the time they realized it was too late.
Yeah, to be fair, the Bulls, by the way, as far as these teams stinking, the Bulls beat the Warriors, I think, their next game. All right, that's why I'm bringing up the Warriors for the end of the season. But they beat the Bulls, who are not good. They beat the Pacers, who are really not good. Then they had a decent game, Whitey, against the Hornets, a pretty solid game against the Hornets, but they did lose. And then they beat the Clippers and beat the Jazz. So every game has been competitive. Now, out of those games, the Hornets are a play-in team, playoff team, whatever. Clippers are a playoff play-in team. So, both those games were close. So even if you want to eliminate the Bulls and the Pacers and the Jazz, every game they've played in has been competitive since that night.
The frustrating thing about it, the other side of the coin, is Indiana's lost 13 straight. Washington's lost 11 straight. Brooklyn's lost 3 in a row, and they've lost 8 of 10. These are tanking teams. Utah's tanking hard. They've lost 3 in a row and 8 of 10. New Orleans is not tanking. They have no reason to. Dallas, they've lost 8 of 10. Memphis has lost 7 in a row. I'm just going down the list. The Bulls have lost 7 of 10. The Bucks have lost 8 of 10. Portland, they don't really need to tank, right? They've lost 6 of 10. The Warriors have lost 5 in a row and 8 of 10. These teams are all tanking. So it's not like, the commissioner would have us believe, there's a couple teams here or there. There's what is that, almost a third of the league? But the Kings are going to be the team that's going to go, no, we're better than that.
Yeah. And again, being better than that against teams that have already, those teams do not feel bad about it, right? They don't feel bad.
Oh,
about
no.
It. So I don't
Very
really know.
calculated.
I think that's probably the biggest question, and maybe it's the wrong question. What are you trying to prove? Maybe they're not trying to prove anything. Maybe it's just as simple as, hey, there's a 50% chance we get the 5th pick. We like 5 through 8 just fine, and we want to make sure that Maxime Reynaud, Dylan Cardwell, throw Devin Carter in there, Neek Clifford. We want to make sure that they are – well, and here's another part, Whitey. We want to make sure that they're part of a winning culture, and we want to give appreciation to Russ and DeMar for sticking through it. And I don't know. I don't ride with that one as much because they chose what they chose, and I don't think the Kings owe the Kings owe DeMar and Westbrook anything. But if they feel like they do, then so be it.
We'll come back with a look at the newest Kansas City Chiefs quarterback and 10 days till opening day. You know what that means? Next on Sactown Sports.
Think you got the perfect bracket? Prove it. Enter the Sactown Sports 1140 Basketball Mayhem Bracket Challenge for a shot at $1 million. It's free and open to fans nationwide, so lock in your picks now at SactownSports.com/contest. Powered by Power Business Technology.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
There are many reasons to choose Gonzalez Law Offices. As a dedicated trial lawyer with an undefeated record from 2016 through 2019, and you'll know that no case is too big or too small. Due to his success, hard work, and commitment to excellence, attorney Jonathan Gonzalez has been listed in Super Lawyers Rising Stars, as well as in the top 40 under 40 list by national trial lawyers. You can find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call him at 916-304-9187.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Live stream the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports 1140.
Kings are going to get a good player, right, Alan? When it's all said and done, we can stop worrying about, gee, should they lose these games? They'll have the draft pick that everyone feels good about. I mean, the actual pick position. Then they'll pick a good player. Onward and upward towards your ill-advised hybrid rebuild next year.
So, I mean, that's basketball karma, the basketball gods. This is it.
Logical Raptors fanatic. The Raps ethically tanked and got 9th and in the playoffs. Culture over luck. Okay. I guess that's suggesting you got to win these games.
Yeah.
Win games. It's good for you to win. It's good for the program.
I was trying to double check because I don't know. I know it's weird on Basketball Reference when teams trade a pick. That can be a little bit confusing. But when we were talking about the Brooklyn Nets last week, are they in the process of one of the worst tank jobs ever? Like, they've been bad since KD left, and they don't have, like I said, they must have traded for something because 2021, they only had must have not had picks. They don't even pop up in 2022. In 2021, it starts at the 27th pick with Cam Thomas. 2023, it starts at the 21st pick.
They got all the picks for Mikal Bridges, didn't they?
I don't know when that kicks in, when that starts, and then they got the 8th pick last season with Igor Demon. So I don't know if I'm missing something, and maybe they traded or whatever, and it's not popping up on Basketball Reference. But it feels like they are in the process of one of the worst tank jobs ever.
Poor Jordy.
They don't have. I do know this: if they had a top 5, pick, it definitely would be on Basketball Reference. So it's been a long time since the Nets, and they've been in the tank for a while.
Success is not linear, Alan.
Yeah.
On the floor or in the lottery sometimes.
So I know that the Nets fans are probably thinking, man, if we don't get a top pick here,
do you know any Nets fans, by the way? I know they're out there.
I got
they're
a
one of those
buddy.
teams. Do you, Jay? I don't think
No,
I know
one.
I don't think I know anybody that's like, I'm a Nets fan.
I know a buddy who's from Jersey and then lived in Brooklyn and started going to Nets games.
Okay.
But I think he might be a Nets fan, but it's a little bit wonky.
Yeah, I know 2 off the top of my head. Yep,
Yeah,
2.
not a ton, though.
Do you know any Orlando Magic fans?
No, I don't.
I don't do either.
I got some family in Florida, so maybe.
How about the big news on the quarterback front for the Kansas City Chiefs? Chiefs found their newest backup quarterback, as we got a couple things to wrap up here before we send you on your way. Patrick Mahomes injured, of course, so the Jets want to make sure they're covered the Chiefs want to make sure they're covered in case he can't go. Justin Fields acquired from the Jets. Justin Fields.
I love it.
Do you?
You get him with an offensive genius. Like
West Coast
Andy.
offense.
Woo-hoo!
The Jets got Geno, so then the Jets moving on from Justin Fields, and he goes to Kansas City.
I like that.
Kansas City will come.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do much, but he doesn't have to do much. All he needs, Justin Fields is like your joke, Whitey, about the left-handed basketball player. Like, he's going to have 2-3 games where he just goes crazy running the football, and that's really all you need if you're the Chiefs.
The Jets are paying $7 million of Fields' $10 million 2026 guaranteed salary, and the Chiefs will pay the remaining $3 million. And Mahomes, let's see here. The Chiefs are hoping Mahomes is available for the season opener, but Fields, good insurance policy. Mobile quarterback.
Yeah, like I said. Well, all right, it's also good to have a mobile quarterback. Okay, in case, there are a couple of hiccups in learning the offense, just run. Just run. We're not going to need you for more than a week or two, and if Mahomes goes down again later in the season, we'll need you for about a week or two. And, now we got a game plan for Justin Fields, and he just ran for 80 yards, and you get with Kenneth Walker now, running that kind of option, whatever you want to call it. I think all you're going to need is 3-4 games. Less than that. All you're going to need is 2-3 games where Justin Fields sneaks up on people. That's it.
The West Coast offense originally, when Bill Walsh unveiled it, was the old 5-yard handoff, they used to call it. Short passes. He's got a chance to thrive if he plays, if they even need him.
Yeah.
But they needed a backup because Gardner Minshew signed him with the Arizona Cardinals. Should he have stayed in Kansas City?
No. I don't think so. I think Gardner Minshew still thinks he can make it pop.
Mhm.
I think Justin might be thinking, yeah, just give me some. Well, he got traded.
You ever heard the story about when Gardner Minshew broke his own hand?
Yes. I believe it.
Mm-hmm. I believe it too. He's the one that told it.
Yeah, I do believe it.
Mhm.
Crazy, but I believe it.
So, Jay, are you on board? Justin Fields with the Chiefs? I'm intrigued. Color
Why
me
not?
intrigued.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, like to see some
See
of
if
that.
something can happen.
Yeah, and
I
the
like
Raider
it.
fan. Now, you like it because you're a Raider fan, or you think it might actually work?
No. Justin Fields, I have a connection to Justin Fields because that's who I wanted the Niners to take back in the day when he took Trey Lance. So I'm always rooting for Justin Fields.
Man, I knew they weren't taking Justin Fields.
Why?
Because he holds on to the ball. And I just reading about it when the 49ers said, there's 3 guys there, and we like any of them, and you read about their capabilities and their habits and their qualities, and I looked at it and said, nope, they're not picking him.
It doesn't sound like Justin Fields
I just
to
don't
you.
think they ever really considered him.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they shouldn't have. I just don't think they did.
You know what's interesting, though? When you look at the NBA draft and we talk so much about shooting, it's like these deep balls in college football. It's the same as almost the 3-ball in basketball, where you'll fire up a Justin Fields highlight tape. And he was running, don't get me wrong, but he was chucking it at Ohio State. Then you get to the NBA, and all of a sudden, his arm, it's a little questionable. And I'm thinking, what did I just watch? And you realize, yes, that defense, dudes are just wide open in college, a lot different than the pros. But it almost reminds me of the difference in the three-point line when you're looking at drafting NBA players. Like Davion was, he shot pretty well. I know it was iffy a little bit, but shot pretty well at Baylor, and now shooting's a problem. And a lot of these guys, Devin Carter we were just talking about, and now it's an issue. So and then you go back and you think, well, how come, Maxime, well, how come they could shoot it? It's just that little difference that completely changes the outlook of a lot of these guys.
I just remember one of the things that was said about Fields in Ohio State was didn't get the ball out quickly sometimes, or there might have been something else. Anyway, just reading about it, I knew, okay, then they don't really, Shanahan's not going to pick him.
It's interesting to me, and this might be, and I know the Jets kept their coach, so it's interesting to me because if you're trading for Justin Fields after that season, that must mean you really think that the Jets offense was a complete disaster. Because I don't know how much, Schmal and Miles and all, that was some of the worst offense I've ever seen.
They were just pretty bad across the board.
Just terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Not just offense. I mean, everything.
Right.
That Jets season last year. Meanwhile, the opening day countdown in baseball down to 10. Here you go, Jay. Notable names who wore number 10. Don't have a lot. Chipper Jones, Lefty Grove, Ron Santo, Ron Say, the Hawk, Andre Dawson. I know Chipper Jones, Hall of Famer, blah, blah, blah. Give me Andre Dawson.
Hawk.
Give me the
I'm
Hawk,
with you.
Alan.
Especially like Jerry Curl Hawk, too.
You like Larry?
I like Chipper.
Lawrence Chipper Jones? Yeah. Oh, Larry's like Larry.
That's my guy.
Yeah. Really? That's your guy?
Well, growing up, I mean,
Really?
well, when I was on my N64, we played with the Braves. I had Chipper. I had Andres Galarraga. And the pitching staff was insane. So, I don't know. I just like Chipper from that standpoint. And I like Cal Ripken. I don't know. I like third baseman, even though I never played third.
You hanging out at the AAA games, did you see that robot umpires are going to have more to do this season? And one of the things they're going to count on robot umpires for at AAA this year, according to what I've read, check swing strikes. Which is iffy because if you check at least the Major League rule book, there is no rule.
No.
But it's going to be if the bat goes, the difference between the angle of the bat and the angle of the forearm, it goes past 45 degrees.
And they're measuring the degrees.
Yeah, and they're going to go to replay review on that at AAA, which means they're looking at it.
This is a lot now, guys. A lot of replays. Sometimes you just got to.
But we needed it last night, at least.
Yeah.
Dominican Republic did, at least the ABS.
Well, you know what? Bringing up Galarraga. Remember Galarraga on the Tigers where they ruined his perfect game?
Yeah, Armando Galarraga.
If there's ABS, I know I'm going to sound crazy here, but if we're going to be doing all this, can we go back and just give him the perfect game?
But ABS has nothing to do with the safe route call.
Yeah, but you can challenge it now.
Oh, yeah, but you said ABS.
I mean, the ump was crying after the game. I think it kind of changed Armando Galarraga's career after that. Give the man the perfect game.
You can't.
You can.
You cannot because
You can.
batter was safe.
But he wasn't.
No, he was. You look it up.
Jay, you can go back and
Maybe
swap
he shouldn't
that
have
out.
been, but he was safe. That is not a perfect game. We'll go to Jay Atration on it.
I think I Googled it. I think he was out, not out of the league, but I think he was back in the minors like a year or two later.
Yeah.
Give him the perfect game, Jay.
I would love to say yeah, but he was out.
That's
right. I mean, on the books.
Uh-huh.
I hate it, though. I hate it. It's one of the most disgraceful things that I've ever seen in baseball.
Right.
Then you're crying.
You can't give him a perfect game after the fact.
You can do anything you
Go
want.
back and change it?
Yeah.
Then what do? Bring them back and the umpire make them shake
Play it out
hands,
again.
kiss babies? What do you want them to do?
Play it out again.
It's done, Alan. You move on. You learn from it. You move on.
That's a perfect game.
That's what we're going to do. We had a perfect show today.
All right.
Yeah, but we're not going to get credit for it because that guy from San Francisco came after you.
No, he loves me
and
now.
Fred was not happy either.
Yeah, well, shout out Freddie.
Westwood One Radio is next. We're back with you tomorrow. Thanks for listening to The Drive, guys, and thanks for listening to Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope. It's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
In golf, a tee can refer to the area where you hit your opening shot on any hole, or it can be the little piece of wood or plastic that holds your ball off the ground so you can hit your tee shot. Now, if you're not already confused, let me try harder. In earlier times, golfers made tees from little heaps of sand, and the sand was kept in little boxes called tee boxes, which gives us the historical connection and gets us back to where we started. Various types of reusable tees were invented over the years, made of rubber, cork, or paper. But the first commercial tee like we know today was the Ready tee, invented by an American dentist in 1921. It was white wood with red tops, so they were easy to find. Today's tees are made of wood or plastic and come in many colors, and there are anti-slice tees, friction-free tees, brush tees, flexible tees, and even biodegradable tees. I'm partial to a tee with contrasting color measuring points, so my ball is teed up the same height every time. Check your local pro shop for lots of choices. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
KHDK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brett Evans, and that means we've got 2 solo hours here to plunge forward with on this Monday night. March Madness is just about upon us. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. It is now my pleasure and my honor to welcome in our next guest. He is the new lead voice of Sunday Night Baseball on NBC. He calls Detroit Tigers games on TV. He will be calling NCAA tournament games here on the Westwood One Sports app for Westwood One for March Madness coming up in just a couple of days from now. And he is the great Jason Benetti. Jason, it's Pat Boyle. Thanks so much for joining us, man. How are you?
Good, Pat. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. I mean, I feel like, I'm counting down the days on my advent calendar, waiting for Santa to come down the chimney and bring us some March Madness games here. But let's start with a little baseball, shall we? So you are now the new voice of Sunday Night Baseball on NBC, and you're still going to do Tigers games. I can't imagine how busy your schedule is going to be over the next few months, but I get what excites you the most about being the voice of Sunday Night Baseball this year?
Yeah, there are a lot of really cool, fun parts of it. But I did the Sunday leadoff thing with NBC in 2022, and we used a lot of the local analysts for that. And then doing it this year and in the future, NBC has a great feel for what works in a booth. I mean, they have been a smash of a success with Robbie Hummel, Austin Rivers on the benches in the NBA. I think that's gone really well. And NBC just has this eye for detail for TV sports. So, I'm excited to be with 2 people every week, quite often, that will be different and will just stoke different baseball conversation every week. There is something to having a crew, and I don't mean to denigrate having a crew of people every week, but to be able to, how people say, who are the 3 people you'd want to have dinner with and talk baseball with? Like, we get to do that every week. We get to have a random dinner table of people to talk baseball with every week. And that's exciting to me. And it's going to be a different conversation every week, which I think is fun.
Yeah, there's that. And how does that, just from a play-by-play standpoint, when you work with somebody every day or you work with somebody every week, you get used to them. You build that chemistry. When the other person wants to speak and when to go out. I guess if you're working with Bill Raftery, he'll just elbow you over and over again until you let him speak. But, working with 2 new people every week, does that bring challenges? Is that something, like you said, you've done it before, but now that you're going to be doing it every single Sunday for Sunday Night Baseball, I guess, is that going to take a little bit of getting used to, 2 new people next to you that you have to prepare for their style and their team's conversations like anything else?
I think about it in some ways like getting on a new roller coaster. It's gone through inspection. That it's going to be twists and turns that you haven't felt before, but that the structure is sturdy. That people have ridden it before. That there has been a lot of safety check going into it, but you ride it because you have no idea. Like, it's the one roller coaster at the amusement park by your house that you have no idea what it's going to do to you. You have no idea what it's going to hit you like. And I think that's the fun for the audience. And for me, instead of knowing who my partner is and knowing exactly what their wheelhouse is and falling into a bit of that, like, oh, I know where he's going or she's going. This is, oh, there's something new around. There's a dark corner here. Let's see what we have. Let's see what's going on here. So I think it fires my brain in a different, exciting way. And I hope, and I think the plan is that for the audience, you're going to get something every week that you haven't seen before.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Jason, like I said, you're still calling plenty of Tigers games this year, and the fans in Motor City are geeked about the prospects of the 2026 season. You know, coming off the heels, though, of a heartbreaking finish to the 2025 year, that 15.5 game lead in the division evaporating, a second straight season with a gut punch Game 5 loss in the ALDS. How do the Tigers get over that hump this year? And who do you think, outside of Tarek Skubal, is the most important player on this roster?
Yeah, it's a tough one because they're really not that kind of roster where one person puts you over the top, although Skubal really does the trick on certain nights. Although, 2024, the funny thing about what you're saying in 25 is 2024, when they made that if ridiculous run, they lost Skubal starts against the Rockies and Athletics in September, and then basically won every other game. So when they're going well, it has been a team concept, and when they're not going well, it's been a team concept. I think Framber Valdez is a huge add. I think Verlander to eat up innings is a really nice piece to have. I think the one guy that flew super under the radar last year in national circles is Dylan Dingler. Second year, first full year in Major League Baseball as a catcher, and all he did was win a Gold Glove. He was phenomenal behind the plate. His numbers were only outshined by his ability to just dissuade people from running against the Tigers. The difference between the extra bases the Tigers took on the base path against outfielder throws, against catchers, and what the opponents did to the Tigers on the base path was astronomical. So if they can keep doing that with Dingler as something of the centerpiece of the moat there, of the defense system for the Tigers, I think that will help them, fortify what was missing at the end of last year. He was there for that, but him growing into an even better hitter and being what he was defensively, I think that's huge. And I also think whatever turns out to be the closer situation of Kenley Jansen, Kyle Finnegan, Will Vest, to have those three that are all bona fide at points in their career, major league closers, some with more pedigree than others. I think that's a big piece of it too, just the bullpen depth, which got kind of thin last year.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson as well. Two guys that basically play every day to give you 30 and 100 and just give it their all every single day. We're talking with Jason Benetti here. He is the lead play-by-play announcer for the Detroit Tigers and the lead play-by-play voice, the new voice of Sunday Night Baseball on NBC. We're going to get to some March Madness in a bit because he'll be in Buffalo in just a couple of days. But Jason, let's get back to Tarek Skubal. And I know the future can be unpredictable. Plenty of reports say the Tigers never made the back-to-back Cy Young Award winner a formal long-term offer this offseason. So I'll just ask you, however you can answer this, what do you think is the most likely scenario for Skubal? A, he gets a contract extension before the season begins. That would have to happen in the next 10 days. B, he gets traded by the trade deadline this season. Or C, he reaches free agency after this year, but plays this entire season with Detroit.
I have no idea. I think it depends on a lot of. I think it depends on a lot of factors. I think it depends on, the team and him and what the team's doing around the deadline and what the AL Central is like, and just a ton of factors and what 2027 looks like in Major League Baseball. And there are so many variables. And it's so hard because a lot of this is just human behavior, right? Like you can think, and then suddenly something changes. So I really don't know. All I know is I love watching him every 5 days because he's one of the most competitive people I've ever seen. I had Bryce Harper in AAA when I was doing AAA Syracuse games. And the way he played the game, even in the minors, like it's not once in a lifetime because they're both living at the same time, but it's one in a million in society of people that are that competitive. And so, I love the guy. I love watching him pitch. I love narrating his games. And, I have no idea where it's going to go.
And that's a fair answer. It's absolutely a fair answer. Jason, you were with the White Sox organization for about 7 years. That's an organization that has really gone through some tough times lately, and the fans are really down on ownership and the front office on the South Side. Do you think that's a fair assessment by the fans, or is there something they are missing?
Do I take calls? I mean, I don't. I think, I still follow people on social media having to do with White Sox stuff. And it's I think it's an array of opinions, honestly. It's hard to answer that because it depends on who you talk to. Like, they've had an off season that's intriguing to some people. I think they're going to be better. So, it's a point in time. And all I will say is when my first game with the Tigers was at Guaranteed Rate Field. And that organization did not have to do, after the first inning, anything having to do with me or thanking me for my 8 years there or whatever it was. And they did. And I thought it was a really classy move, considering I left and they let me go after with a year left on my contract after I asked. So, I have nothing but kind things to say about how they've handled all of this. And so, I don't know how fans feel, honestly, across the board, because I think there are some people that are kind of up on their off season.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good answer. Talking to Jason Benetti here, play-by-play voice of the Detroit Tigers and the lead voice of the new Sunday Night Baseball on NBC, which is just around the corner. But Jason, speaking around the corner, on to March Madness, you're calling games right here on Westwood One Sports, which you can listen to on the Westwood One Sports app, just like you listen to this show. You'll be in Buffalo with the great Sarah Kustok this weekend. You guys will get a look at the Michigan Wolverines on Thursday night, one of the top 4 teams in the country all year long. What do you think is most impressive about Dusty May's squad? And do you think they're likely headed to the Final Four in Indianapolis? We saw all 1 seeds get there last year.
Yeah, they're an interesting team right now. And I never thought I would see a game where people picked on Morez Johnson Jr., but Trey Kaufman-Renn targeted him for a stretch in that game yesterday. That Morez Johnson is one of the 3 guys on the all Big Ten defensive team for Michigan. They have been unreal in certain lineups defensively, like otherworldly. And Yaxel Lendeborg is so long and can defend point guards. The thing that most interests me in them, and I do think they can make the Final Four, I mean, even with the injury to LJ Kaysen, but that's where my mind goes. Raph and I had the Illinois game when LJ Kaysen got hurt, and he made a couple of threes early in that game, and he is a really nice shooting piece and flex guard off the bench that they don't have. And so I just wonder, as you get deeper into this tournament, what exactly it looks like if they need another guard, because they basically have 8 guys at this point. And I just wonder if they're deep enough. You lose one of your 9 rotation guys in this tournament. It's hard. We saw it with Chucky Hepburn in Wisconsin a couple years ago in tournament. That's really difficult. But you know what? Like, you look at Michigan's road, and I think St. Louis is dangerous. They have faded some down the stretch here. They're dangerous, but the 4th seed in Michigan's region is Alabama, and we know what happened with Alabama today. So they're down their 2nd leading scorer, and so then you look, and like the 2 is Iowa State, who's a really, really good team. Like, I would love to see Michigan Iowa State in the Elite 8. I think it would be a phenomenal defensive basketball game. But, I believe in Michigan as a possible Final Four team still, but the LJ Kaysen injury does worry me.
Yeah, without question. And like you said, I think their lack of not lack of a bench, but, missing somebody like LJ Kaysen, that was a big factor in the game against Purdue yesterday. Jason, a lot of college hoops fans think this tournament will be very chalky, just like last year, where the Elite Eight was all 1 versus 2 seeds, except for one region, which was a 1 versus 3. Do you think March Madness is better when the best teams meet each other in the later rounds? Or personally speaking, are you an agent of chaos and think that the big dance is even sweeter when we get some Cinderellas like a St. Peter's, a Loyola Chicago, or a George Mason in the mix?
I mean, I just don't understand people who argue that the tournament should all be 1 through 4 seeds or 1 through 8 seeds or cut out the mid majors. Like, I truly actually don't comprehend that. And I want to ask people who say things like that, have you ever felt like an underdog? Or have you just always been in charge of everything? And you've always, have you worked for anything? Have you ever been in a scenario where, like, things have been difficult or you've been underfunded or whatever? Like, I like when underdogs are viable. I think it's fun. I think it's what we want in our country, personally, is we want somebody to be able to have success and have it come out of nowhere. I mean, like, how many 1 versus 4 matchups do you go watch on YouTube and say, like, oh, I'm going to go relive that moment? But Bryce Drew's shot against Ole Miss in Oklahoma City, like, we can tell you where we were for that. Or when Iowa State lost to Hampton, or whatever it might be. Like, we just remember those things because I think most of us can see ourselves in underdogs a little bit more readily than we can see ourselves as 1 seeds in life. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe there are a lot of people running around that wake up every morning, they're like, I'm a 1 seed, take that. But that just doesn't appeal to me.
No, I love that. I think that's an awesome answer, and I completely agree. I think that it's called March Madness for a reason. We get madness when a couple of double-digit seeds make crazy things happen, not when it's, 1 versus 2. 1 versus 2. 1 versus 2. Just how everybody predicted. Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think the underdog factors.
I was going to say, Pat, like, they're great games. Like, would I love to see Duke, Arizona? Yeah. Was Duke, Michigan probably the best college basketball game of this season? Absolutely. Do I want to see some of those games? For sure. Is it really fun when, a random 15 seed shows up in the Sweet 16? Yeah. It's both good for the game, I think.
I agree with you. I agree. We're talking with Jason Benetti here on BetMGM tonight for another 2 minutes or so. I'm Pat Boyle. This is Westwood One Sports. Jason, this question comes from my producer, Brandon Combs, and he wants to know, you've worked with quite a few different color analysts in your time. And so what's one of the funniest things that you've encountered in the booth? Funny moments, great jokes, if it's something that was off the air, whatever the things that you think of when you really laugh the hardest when you were on the call. What would you, if you can name 1 or 2 of those examples, what would that be?
The entirety of the White Sox game that Bill Walton did with us in 2019. Like, my mind goes to 3 hours of ridiculousness. I mean, so the first foul ball in that game, Bill came, the late Bill Walton, our former colleague on Westwood One, the great, great human being that he was. He shows up, and the first foul ball of the game, he goes, whoa! And I said, okay, we're in for it. Like, he was like reacting to a foul ball. And then later in the game, there was a replay review. And so I said, it was a swim move slide over at third base. And I said, because I'm a glutton for punishment, I said, Bill, let's reenact that slide. And he goes, okay, you do the slide. And then he grabbed the glove and tried to tag me as I was fake sliding on the booth camera. And I got to tell you, Bill Walton was one of the best basketball players ever when he was playing, and he still, at his later age at that point, was very strong and hit me with the glove so hard that I had to bite my lip because I was like, oh, man, what? And I had to move on with it, but he hit me good. It was an awesome night. I will never forget that night.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me one bit. Bill Walton smashing you on the foot, reenacting the slide, because he's just that's what he was, man. That's what made him so great. You know, it was authentic. It was fervor. It was vigor. It was the juice. He brought it wherever he would. I imagine if you're talking to him about taxes, he probably would. He might not know it, but he would probably be talking like it's the most important thing going on. So that was really good. Thank you for that trip down memory lane. Jason Benetti, play-by-play voice for the Tigers, lead play-by-play voice for NBC Sunday Night Baseball this year. And, of course, you'll be able to hear him here on Westwood One Sports, calling March Madness games in Buffalo with the great Sarah Kustok, including a game for the Michigan Wolverines. Jason, appreciate the time so much, man. Thank you very much, and enjoy this busy week you got ahead of you.
Thanks, Pat. Appreciate it.
There you go. The great Jason Benetti. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. Oh, man. And I think he's done, if I'm not mistaken, I think Jason did a couple of college basketball games with Bill Walton. I think he did plenty of college basketball games, if I'm not mistaken. So, the one time, though, that he calls a baseball game with him, with the Chicago White Sox, pandemonium ensued. Good stuff. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get you an update on Venezuela, Italy. We'll get you a scoreboard update on the big NBA games going on right now. We got a blowout in the ATL. What was supposed to be Magic City night, the NBA shut that down. Well, it's been Magic for sure. Not for the Magic. Magic City for you get it. I'll explain when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Afraid to miss a tournament game because of conflicts? Don't fret. You can listen to every March Madness matchup on the Westwood One Sports app. Download it now from your home of the NCAA tournament. Westwood One Sports.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 42424. That's METER to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's the hard way to buy a car, and then there's the Hoblet way. Transparent prices, fast paperwork, and a team that's there to help, not hover. We've spent 77 years refining this process so you can get in, get out, and get driving with zero drama. Car buying doesn't have to be stressful. At least, not when you do it the Hoblet way. Experience the difference at HobletDodge.com. The easy way to buy.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The spring sale is in bloom at Scandinavian Designs. For a limited time, enjoy huge savings on select modern furniture and decor, including pieces for your living room, bedroom, dining room, and beyond. This is your chance to refresh a favorite space or dream up an entirely new look. Stop by one of our local showrooms or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com. Scandinavian Designs. We make it simple. You make it home.
I'm the thread that's already inside the house. In the closet, under the bed, in the car. But I don't want your money or your TV. I can't be scared away or negotiated with. I'm patient.
Your flagship station for the Bean Team, Sactown Sports.
You can't call the cops on me. You can't even see me. I'm the threat of family fire. And as long as your guns aren't stored securely, I'll be there.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
That's endfamilyfire.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Brady.
Welcome
and
on
the
back,
Ad Council.
BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. I was trying to do that with my hand, the numbers, and that got way too difficult at the end. Huge shout out to Jason Benetti. That was a great interview, very fun interview, including his answer on why he likes when underdogs win in March Madness. You ever felt like an underdog in your life? You ever had, you ever had a job that was underfunded, or find yourself in a difficult situation where you feel like people tell you can't do something? That was awesome. That was a great answer. It was a great interview. If you missed it, check it out on the Odyssey app. You can rewind, download the BetMGM Tonight podcast. You can listen to it. So huge shout out. Thank you again to Jason Benetti. Make sure you listen to Jason this week before he kicks things off as Sunday Night Baseball on NBC. He'll be in Buffalo. You can hear him on the Westwood One Sports app. You can listen to every March Madness game on the Westwood One Sports app. And he'll be calling games in Buffalo alongside Sarah Kustok. They will have, I'll give you the full games that they've got. I know they got Michigan, but in that region in Buffalo, that's Thursday, they'll have South Florida, Louisville at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Then they'll have North Dakota State, Michigan State. Then they'll have Michigan versus the winner of Howard and UMBC. And then they'll have St. Louis versus Georgia. So 4 games in the span of about, 11 hours? It's going to be a busy day. And then they'll do it again Saturday with 2 more games to bring us to the Sweet 16. So make sure you listen to Jason Benetti and Sarah Kustok call those games on Westwood One Sports. Okay, phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Let's get a World Baseball Classic update here. But first, a message from our friends at BetMGM. The world's top baseball stars go head-to-head in the WBC. Join the excitement and make your WBC moment when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your Odds Boost token for any World Baseball Classic bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. All right, Venezuela's made a game of this thing. It looked like Italy had a chance to break it open early, but it's 2-1. The Italians, the undefeated Italians, who were nearly 2-1 underdogs in this game, they're nearly halfway there to setting up a rematch with Team USA in the championship game in Miami tomorrow. But right now, Venezuela's got the momentum. So, I've had an eye on this game for most of the show so far. And that bottom of the second inning was really the opportunity for Italy. They knocked Venezuela's starting pitcher, Kaider Montero, out of the game in the bottom of the second. You had a DeCenzo single, and then he walked 3 straight guys to bring in a run, keep the bases loaded, and Omar Lopez ends up being a brilliant move, doesn't mess around, yanks his starting pitcher out of the game, brings in Ricardo Sanchez, who had a 6 ERA in the Mexican League last year. Hasn't pitched in Major League Baseball in, I think, like 3 or 4 years. And he gives up a run on a fielder's choice, but then he gets Antonacci to ground out with runners on second and third. Another hit there could have made it a 4-0 game, could have put Italy out to a massive lead early. Instead, it stayed 2-0. And then Venezuela finally got to Aaron Nola. Eugenio Suarez, Genie Suarez with a home run to left center field, 2-1. And now that is where we stand. And it looks like Italy just got out of a jam with Michael Lorenzen coming in to pitch. He was initially supposed to be the starter, and then Francisco Cervelli changed it to go to Aaron Nola. Nola comes out after his 4 innings, and Lorenzen gave up a leadoff walk, which the Cardinals sin. But he ends up getting out of it. Michael Garcia just grounded out to short to end the inning. So we go to the bottom of the 5th. Italy leads Venezuela 2-1. I thought there would be a lot of offense in this, and maybe there will be now that we've gotten to both bullpens here. But so far, it's turned into a couple of jams that the pitching staffs have gotten their way out of here. Italy holding on, leading Venezuela 2-1, bottom 5. The winner plays Team USA in the championship game tomorrow. And I just got some thoughts on that USA game yesterday because it was incredible. It was incredible. It was everything you want to see in a high-profile game like that. 2 juggernauts, the USA and the Dominican Republic, going at it. You got a couple of home runs in the 4th inning. Gunnar Henderson and Roman Anthony, go deep off of Severino and Soto after Junior Caminero launches one off of Paul Skeens in the 2nd inning. And when Junior Caminero hit that home run, I was like, oh boy. I was like, is the great untouchable Paul Skeens about to get lit up here? And, Paul Skeens didn't have his best stuff last night. Now, again, I get it. It's essentially spring training. These guys aren't even fully warmed up. They're not pitching more than 70, 75 pitches. But Paul Skeens showed you why. He's a Cy Young Award winner. Paul Skeens showed you why he's a top 3 pitcher on the planet. I still think Tarek Skubal, he's won back-to-back Cy Youngs. He deserves the nomenclature of best pitcher on the planet right now, but Paul Skeens is right there with him. And maybe if he wasn't pitching for the Pirates and we got to see him pitch in the postseason, maybe we would be thinking I would be saying otherwise. But, even on a night where Paul Skeens didn't have his best stuff, he's struggling with his fastball command for a little bit. He gave up 6 hits. He only had 2 strikeouts. He still only gave up that 1 run. The 1 mistake to Caminero. That was it. And so that was huge. For him to not get rattled by that moment, in Miami, and you got half the crowd split between the USA and the Dominican Republic. That was great. The bullpen comes out and just does a bang-up job. Roberts, Jacks, Bednar getting out of that jam in the 7th inning was monstrous. And then Whitlock and then Miller closing it down. That was great. That was everything you wanted to see from Team USA. You get great plays in the field by Harper, great plays in the field. Judge gunning down Tatis at third base was awesome. And it just sucks that you have a great game like that and it gets determined by human error. Mason Miller's slider on that pitch to Geraldo Perdomo was nowhere close. Absolutely nowhere close. His slider was well below the knee.